Waffle Gang, I do hope you're well. My name is Mark and today we're checking out some more Reddit stories. Today's video is a compilation video, a collection of stories that we've covered in the past, all in a long form video. I know some of you are not into it, so I want to give you the warning from the very beginning. And this video is just in addition to our normal scheduled videos. So it's just a huge thank you for being here today. And let's get straight into today's first story. Much love, guys. And today's first story comes from the Am I the Arsehole Here subreddit from SeverePlan3845 and says, would I be the arsehole here for telling my husband his bio child was conceived to entrap him? I, 27 female, married my now husband, 32 male, last year. This is the second marriage for both of us and we are annoyingly happy together and have a blended family with 3 amazing kids. I and my bio kids temporarily moved into my husband's house that he had bought with his ex-wife. He won it in the divorce as she had no interest in it, until we can find a bigger house to buy together. My husband is neurodivergent and just doesn't see certain things and has a difficulty deep cleaning. No problem, I love organizing and cleaning, so I got this. However, while cleaning out the closets and garage, I discovered that his ex left many of her personal belongings behind when she moved out, 1 year before I met my husband. I am not the other woman. This included old family pictures, papers, family mementos, heirlooms, etc. At first we would send these things with her when she picked up my stepdaughter for her custody weekends, but she finally told us she wasn't interested in receiving any more of her old things and asked us to just donate or throw anything else no matter what. Okay, fine. After this, I found a box full of old college books and notebooks stashed in a crawl space. Yeah, I was feeling nosy and resentful for having to continue to clean up her mess. So I flipped through one of the notebooks I found. Inside was a journal entry dated 7 months before the birth of my stepdaughter, detailing that she got pregnant when she purposefully went off her birth control without telling my husband because their relationship was going down the drain, and she loved him and didn't want to lose him. So in, finally, conclusion, I've kept this knowledge from him so far, because I don't want to cause him pain, because I decided to be nosy. However, I'm on the fence because this feels huge. She was very emotionally abusive towards him and constantly cheated on him during their entire marriage, but would use him getting her pregnant as the reason why she was with him, and he needed to support her and take her back no matter what. My brain is so muddled right now. So Reddit, would I be the arsehole here for telling him about what I discovered? P.S. in case anyone is wondering, my stepdaughter is an adorable carbon copy of her dad in feminine form. It's uncanny actually, so there isn't any doubt about paternity here. Edit for some more clarity since people are mean. My only motive for telling him would be to try to alleviate some of his guilt around him being told by his ex that he was at fault for the pregnancy, which his ex used as an excuse to abuse and manipulate him. I have a lot of folks commenting on here about my stepdaughter somehow finding out if I told him and what damage that would do. But I can say with complete confidence that neither of us would ever tell her. She is absolutely innocent in all of this, and telling her would accomplish nothing but harm. I have no interest in hurting or harming anyone else involved here, not even his abusive ex. We are not in competition. This knowledge isn't something I'm trying to weaponize against her because I am insecure. I am not. Now for me, you're not trying to weaponize it like you said. It doesn't sound like you're resentful. You're just trying to do good by your husband. You've got his best interests at heart. And, I think this is a discussion that needs to be had. I think he deserves to know this, especially if it's been thrown in his face and used against him in different scenarios. It might bring him some peace with that. Smarter than the average bear. Great name. Hey there, boo-boo. Truly amazing that most Redditors will unequivocally go scorched earth on liars and cheaters, but believe OP should just destroy this diary. The ex made a unilateral decision to go off birth control and deliberately got pregnant. At a minimum, the husband deserves to know this. A lie by omission is still a lie. Will the information hurt her husband? Probably. When and how to share the information is important. OP is not obligated to cover for the ex, but should be protective of her husband. Not the arsehole here, but plan this carefully. Don't blurt it out in anger. Also, the child doesn't need to know. Noise23 says, unpopular opinion. The truth is the truth. I think OP's husband needs to be clear about the kind of person his ex is, but I would wait a good time to tell him. Boeing says, if it comes out later that you knew, but kept this knowledge from him, or even just delayed this knowledge, this is a marriage-destroying event right here. Show him the notebook. Pick a quiet moment in which to do it, but don't delay. And Red Hoodie says, depends on what kind of person your new hubby is. I see a lot of people saying it's going to cause unnecessary problems, but most people are don't rock the boat chicken shits. If your husband is the type of person that wants a comfortable lie or to ignore the truth about people, keep it a secret. But most neurodivergent people I know would rather have the painful truth. Not only that, but by knowing this and not telling him, you are now keeping your own secret from him. If you start off a relationship with the idea that you are going to protect someone from pain, the relationship is doomed. Life is pain. Relationships are about supporting and comforting your partner during painful times. What happens if he finds out later on his own? Will you reply, oh, I found out and knew about it and never told you? Or will there be another lie about how shocked you are and had no clue? What you should be concerned with is your relationship solid enough to deal with bad news? Or is your relationship based on hiding from the negative sides of people and walking on eggshells? OP says I'm also neurodivergent, and the truth, transparency, and straightforwardness is incredibly important to me personally. But I also realize that my perspective may be skewed because of the neurodivergence factor. This is why I came to Reddit for some outside perspective. And I was thinking along those lines at the same time as well, that the truth is very likely to come out one day in some shape or form, and if husband was to discover that you knew about this and never told him, that could be potentially devastating. But OP comes in with her update 10 days later and says, I told him. I brought the journal down and let him know that I found something while cleaning that I feel he needed to know about. I was honest with him and told him how I discovered this information, and he was really understanding. He told me he was sorry he put me in the situation of having to clean out his ex's stuff. I assured him that I agreed to do this, and it isn't his fault that I found what I did. He was emotional after reading the entry, but thanked me for sharing it with him. We both agreed that this would stay between us. We would never share it with his daughter, and would not confront the ex about it unless stuff becomes absolutely dire. Her trying to weaponize her lie to gain something from him again. We took photos of the journal entry and saved them in a locked file on his drive. We tossed the physical copy of the journal so there would never be a chance that one of the kids could dig it up while poking around. We talked a long time about his feelings around the issue, and he told me, what I already knew in my heart, that this information is painful, but does not change the way he sees his daughter and does not change his love for her. No matter how or why she was conceived, she is here and she is adored by us. He's been talking this through with his therapist and seems really peaceful around the whole situation. If anything, I've seen him become even more tender towards his daughter. Now there isn't the fog of guilt surrounding his fatherhood. A million thanks to everyone who helped bring clarity to my decision. To all the rude people and the obvious cheaters who felt triggered by my original post, go to therapy. It might help you unpack some important stuff about yourself. Couple of comments. First, Alfalfa says, it's fantastic that you told him. I think it was important information that he needed to know. Xanath says, considering the piece of work his ex is, you two should come up with a plan on how to handle it if his ex reveals their daughter was a pawn. The three of you knowing it and hiding it will likely cause a lot of feelings of betrayal. I'm not saying you should tell her. That's a lot of emotional baggage to put on her unfairly, but you need to be ready for the conversation if it happens one day. Opie says, we have already started to have conversations surrounding this scenario. Well, I hope her bio mum would never be that much of a monster. You never know. So we've been talking over things. If nobody says anything, I don't see any reason for her to know. She is loved by so many people and is such a wonderful kiddo. It doesn't matter the reason she came into being, because we are all just so glad she is here. A lovely stepmom in this story with a pretty wholesome in some ways update. They sound like a wonderful couple who's got their daughter's best interests at heart. And I think they handled it in the best way possible for them. But what do you guys make of this situation? How would you have dealt with it if it was you? Let me know your thoughts down in the comments below, and let's move on to another story. Now, our next story comes from James J95 and says, apparently my 20 male girlfriend, 21 female, of 1 year, Told her friends explicit stuff about our sexual life, including the fact that I was a virgin when we started dating, and joked about it. I feel really hurt personally. I'm not sure if I'm right to be. This all started last Friday night. One of my girlfriend's closest friends had come home from a trip abroad, so they were all going out to celebrate. Originally they were planning a party or something, but then they decided to go out to a restaurant together and then go back to one of the friends' houses and watch movies or whatever shit they do. I don't know. Basically, it was meant to be a girls' night out, and there was 12 of them, I think. My older sister, who is a close friend of my girlfriend and part of her inner circle friendship group, was going along with them. It sounded like they were going to have fun, and I wished them the best. Well, since my girlfriend was going and my sister was going, my girlfriend was at my house beforehand, and my sister drove her to the restaurant where they were all meeting up. My sister was going to drop her off at home afterwards, and then come back to our home. We both live with our parents. At least that was the plan. They headed off around 6 PM, and I wasn't really expecting sis back until like 12 PM or 1 AM or something, if she didn't end up sleeping over there. Instead, she came back on her own at around 9:30 to 10, and she seemed really angry and in a horrible mood. We asked her what happened. She said she was just really tired and not in the mood. I asked her if she had dropped my girlfriend off at her place. She said no, she can take a taxi. It was really weird because she seemed visibly angry, and I know my sister. She's not the sort of person to easily get angry. She was like even slamming doors and shit. The next day she was in a bit of a better mood, but still kind of angry. I prodded and asked what the matter was. She refused to talk about it. She said it was nothing. She said she had just been a bit tired the night before, maybe feeling unwell. Next day, on Sunday, she opened up. She said, "Look, something happened the other day when I was out with your girlfriend and her friends." I said, "Aha, I knew it." She said, "You're not going to like what you're going to hear, but you need to hear it anyway." My mind was like, oh shit, is she cheating? That was the first thought that came to my head. She proceeded to tell me about the entire night, how they had gone to the restaurant, all had plenty of fun, gone back home. Apparently they started watching a movie but didn't like it, so they didn't finish it, and they couldn't decide on what other movie to watch, so they started drinking and gossiping. Like started gossiping about past and current boyfriends, relationship, sex. Sis said your girlfriend may be drunk a bit too much and started revealing too much information about you, stuff she shouldn't have. I said, "What sort of stuff?" She said, "You don't want to know." I said, "You can't just start telling me that and then cut me off without telling me what she said. What did she say?" Sister said, "I really didn't want to talk about this, but you want to know and you probably have a right to." And she proceeded to tell me the stuff my semi-drunken girlfriend had said about me. Apparently she was making jokes about how when we first started dating I was a virgin and had no knowledge or experience of sex, and she was mocking my inexperience and lame attempts. My girlfriend also apparently made fun of the shape of my penis. There's a weird thing where it bends to the side. I've never really felt self-conscious about it because I thought it was the sort of thing that most girls wouldn't care about, and my girlfriend never mentioned it. But now I feel incredibly self-conscious. And apparently I ejaculate too quickly and make weird sounds when I do. I was like, what the fuck? Why is she even talking about this? How drunk was she? Apparently not even that drunk. Like she had a few drinks but not that many. I told my sister, "Why did you have to tell me all this? I wish you hadn't. Now I just feel hurt." She said, "I felt you have a right to know your girlfriend is saying this stuff. I just couldn't stand being in the same room as her when she was saying it all. That is why I was so angry and left early." She seemed to feel better having gotten that off her chest, but I couldn't understand why she was so angry about it. My girlfriend had been saying all that stuff about me and revealing all those private details about me. And sure, I was hurt by it, but I had no idea why she had gotten so angry from all of it. It made no sense. Someone explain this. I feel hurt, honestly, kind of dismayed. Like I feel like all this stuff my girlfriend never brought up with me. She just jokes about it in front of other people. Is it right for me to be upset about this? Is it right for me to be hurt, or am I overreacting? Was it fair for her to talk about all that stuff in front of the other girls, even if they were all gossiping? Should I bring this up with her and tell her that it really hurts me? What if she tells me to just get over it, or I should just forget about it and move on, because it's no big deal, even though I feel it's a big deal to me? Am I being too sensitive? Now first, I find it weird the girlfriend in itself talking about the whole situation in general, but talk in front of OP's sister at the same time? The fuck? I don't blame the sister for telling you in this situation. It's like this last story that we read. If the truth comes out further down the line and she knew about this, how are you going to feel then about your sister? That she held this secret about, your girlfriend talking behind your back about you, body shaming you for one. Your sister is pissed off on your behalf, and I can't blame you. I'm trying to put myself like, if I found anyone talking about one of my family members like that as well, I'd be pissed off. And I'm not sure if I'm overreacting in this situation or not, but that's a deal breaker for me. If I found out that, things would be over. She thinks it's funny to take the piss behind your back. Fuck that. Strayon says your sister got upset because she cares about you and it hurt her to see your girlfriend making fun of you behind your back. Yes, you're absolutely right to feel hurt and betrayed by this. You should talk to your girlfriend about it, and how she responds will tell you how to proceed. If she's remorseful and apologetic, you may be able to work past this. If she tells you to get over it, that it's not a big deal or anything like that, it means she doesn't respect you and you should break up. Half a dozen cat says makes complete sense to me. Somebody was shit talking her brother right in front of her, and that somebody was his girlfriend. I'd be more concerned with why your girlfriend thought airing all of this in front of her boyfriend's sister was smart. Buy her some car keys because she sounds hideous. One more comment who says, first, you should give your sister a big hug. She cares about you a lot and had your back. That's why she was so upset. Then you need to confront your girlfriend about disrespecting you in front of all of her friends. That was all very personal and she had no business airing it in public. Quite frankly, you'll be well within your right to break up with her for this, because not only has she hurt you, she's now giving you the reason to not trust her anymore. It's up to you, OP, but you need to confront her. The OP comes in with her update and says it's been a really eventful week. It's had its ups and downs, a bit chaotic at times, but now things have settled. I finally have time to write this update in full. Some of you were really supportive in the last one, some of you a bit less, but that's okay. I appreciate all your advice. Hope this update can clear things up. After I found out from my sister what my girlfriend had said, I was feeling pretty down. I felt quite a blow to my perception of myself. Like all this time, my girlfriend had held me in a lower esteem than I thought she had. Did she look down at me because I was a virgin? Did she really think I was that bad when we were together in bed? That she thought it was worth making fun of me to her friends? Or is this just something all girls do? I hope not. I was feeling pretty self-conscious about my penis as well. I never thought it was abnormal. I thought the slight bend was just a feature. I didn't know it's something a girl would ever be disturbed by. I didn't even know how normal it was. I haven't seen that many. Embarrassing to say, but I looked up a few pictures of penises on Google and Googling whether there was anything wrong with me or if it's an abnormal medical condition. I eventually realized I was overreacting about the whole thing, but still, my self-esteem did take a momentary blow. I realized I had to confront my girlfriend about it. The more I just thought about it, the more I intensely scrutinized myself and scrutinized my actions and behavior. The more I began to doubt my own opinion of myself. Was I overreacting? Maybe, probably, but I had opened up myself to my girlfriend in a way I'd done to nobody else before. I had trusted her by letting her be the first person I'd ever slept with. I felt hurt and betrayed that she'd mouthed off my initial lack of sexual capabilities to her friends. I mean, everyone sucks at sex first off, right? Surely it's not just me. And even if I did, she never mentioned it. I'd rather be able to improve than just remain a joke for her to mock with her friends. I obviously care for her very much. I wish she'd open up about these things to me and not to others. I was feeling really depressed and doubtless of myself, needless to say. My first instinct was to wrongfully shoot the messenger. I started harassing my sister with questions about what exactly my girlfriend had said. She didn't want to tell me, but I told her I needed to know exactly what it was because I was planning to confront her about it. My sister was uncomfortable by the whole thing, but I pressed, and she repeated everything she had previously told me about what my girlfriend had said. I'd asked my sister if it was okay with her if when confronting my girlfriend about it. I told my girlfriend that she was the one who had told me. My sister sighed and relented, figuring that the girlfriend would probably assume as much anyway. I asked her, "Are you sure it's right for me to confront her about this?" Sister said yes, if you feel that's what you need to do. But promise you won't stay with her just because she's your first or you feel obligated to. I've seen you hurt all day because of what she said, and I don't think she deserves you back. And then I started lashing out at my sister. I got quite angry. I got mad at her for telling me, saying I would have been better off if she hadn't told me. My sister said sorry at first and left it at that. I kept going at it, harassing her about it and blaming it on her. She just stayed silent and visibly frustrated, eventually storming upstairs to her bedroom. I followed her up and kept pestering her about it. Why did you have to tell me? Why did you even think I needed to know something like that? I definitely pushed too far. She opened the door and shouted back at me, something along the lines of, "Oh, I don't know, maybe because I love you. Did you consider that, you fucking idiot? Fuck me for trying to look out for you when she clearly has no respect for you. But no, go running to her. She's exactly what you deserve." She called me a fucking idiot numerous times and slammed the door in my face. I tried to knock on the door and open it, but she had locked the door and was playing really loud music from within. She didn't come out of her bedroom for the rest of the day, and I was feeling really bad. I felt guilty and atrocious for lashing out at her like that. I know I was 100% in the wrong. I know you're going to slice me up in the comments section for that, and go ahead, I deserve it. I was an idiot and a terrible person for attacking the one person who had my back in all of this. I wasn't thinking straight, and I'd clearly hurt the person closest to me. I decided to confront my girlfriend about this. I called her the next day and she seemed in a good mood, happy to hear me. She said I hadn't called in a while and she'd been waiting for me to call. We met up, went for lunch, and I kept waiting for the right time to bring it up, but I couldn't. She asked if she could stay at my place for the afternoon before heading back home. I said sure. Apparently her parents were having some people over that afternoon and she didn't want to be around. We were sitting at home and I decided to finally bring up the thing. My sister was upstairs in her bedroom listening to music, quite loudly, and I figured she wouldn't come down or anything. I said to my girlfriend, "Look, I don't know how to bring this up, but there's something that's really been bothering me. Some stuff that you apparently said about me." I proceeded to tell her about the stuff she'd apparently said to her friends. Her response was, "That's it. I could tell something's been bothering you. Is that really it?" She then proceeded to dismiss it, saying she couldn't believe I was worked up about that. I told her that she knows I care deeply about what she has to say about me, and I was really hurt by all the stuff she said. I think an apology is in order. She said, "Fine, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said that." She said she wouldn't do it again and she didn't know that it would affect me so much. But then she started brushing it off again, saying it was a silly thing to be upset about, that girls talk about all that sort of stuff with each other and tease their boyfriends behind their back all the time. It's just being playful. I told her that it was really hurtful to me. She did a sarcastic "oh" face and seemed to be laughing at the whole thing. Then she asked me how I knew about it anyway. I said, well, sometimes when you say stuff about someone in front of other people, it can lightly get back to them. Her instant response was, "It was my sister's name, wasn't it?" I said, well, maybe you should have thought about that before talking about someone in front of their sister. She said, "I knew it, that bitch. I hate having her around anyway. She always acts like she's so moral and better than everyone." I told her, "Hey, that's my sister, don't talk about her that way." She proceeded to go on complaining about my sister, twisting the whole situation to blame it on her, saying that none of this would have happened and I would have never found out about it if my sister hadn't told me. I told her my sister was just looking out for me and she shouldn't hold any blame. She said, "Do you really believe that? Your sister always tries to pretend she's so moral, but she loves to create drama. She enjoys stirring the pot. Why else do you think she told you?" I told her that's not true. My sister just cared about my feelings. She should stop blaming her. Girlfriend's response, "If she cared about your feelings, she wouldn't have told you." Then the girlfriend started asking if my sister was around at home. I said she was upstairs in her room, but now was probably not a good time to bring this up with her. So my girlfriend and I stayed in the living room. Eventually my sister came downstairs. While she was coming downstairs, she was calling my name, saying there was something important she needed to talk to me about. Then she saw me and my girlfriend were sitting together. She said, "Oh, I didn't know you were here." There was an extremely cold silence between them. Then there was a bit of chit chat, but it was very awkward. Then my girlfriend opened up. "What do you think gives you the right to interfere in the relationship between me and my boyfriend?" My sister was stunned. She just stared back and didn't answer. Girlfriend said, "Don't act like you don't know what you did. I know you always enjoy stirring the pot." She started telling her that she couldn't trust her as a friend and started accusing my sister of being a horrible friend, and she shouldn't even go to the girls' nights if she couldn't keep her mouth shut. I had to intervene. I said that's enough, but she didn't stop. It broke out into an open argument between the two of them. I kept trying to calm them down. It was mostly just the girlfriend relentlessly attacking my sister. My sister's eyes swelled up with tears and she just turned to me and says, "Why didn't you stand up for me? She's a fucking bitch. Can't you even hear what she's saying? Why are you even with her?" At that point, the girlfriend said she couldn't take it anymore and had to leave. Before she left, I said I need to speak with her. At that point, I broke up with her. I didn't really give a reason, I just said I felt things weren't really working out and it's better for everyone if we end our relationship. She was really hurt and didn't seem to understand why. I told her because of everything that happened recently, we should stop seeing each other, plus the enmity between her and my sister. I didn't think I could be with her after that. She was incredibly upset, but she seemed to understand. My girlfriend said, "Maybe we can still be friends?" I said maybe. We'll see, but we just need some time apart now. We hugged and kissed one last time, said goodbye, and she went on her way. My sister had disappeared. I figured she was back in her bedroom. I went upstairs and she was just sitting on her bed listening to music, staring at the ground. I sat beside her and tried to comfort her. I told her I'm sorry for everything. I told her how sorry I was for lashing out at her earlier, but trying to blame things on her. I basically told her I was incredibly sorry for everything that had happened, and I was sorry for my girlfriend's behavior towards her just then. She said that my girlfriend was right, that she's an idiot who always sticks her nose in everything trying to make things better, but she should have just kept her mouth shut. I told her that she had done the right thing, that I knew she was just looking out for me like any brother or sister would. I told her I'd broken up with my girlfriend just minutes earlier. She says she thought I did the right thing. I said I was sorry she had to endure all that and gave her a hug, asking her if there's anything that I could do to thank her. She told me she just wanted to see me smile more often. The next few days she seemed kind of depressed and dreary, not leaving the house much. She tried to put on a brave face and smile when she can, but I knew something was up. On Friday afternoon I noticed she was sitting at home eating chips and watching cartoons on TV in old dirty clothes. It looked like she hadn't showered in a while and her hair was dirty. I asked her what was up and she said nothing. I told her I thought she was going out again with her friends on Friday to a restaurant, i.e. a girls' night, like she had the previous week. She said, "Not anymore." I said, "Why not?" She responded that her friends had officially disinvited her. My reaction was, "That's horrible. How can friends do that?" She said she didn't think they were her friends anymore. All of the girls she had gone with last week had stopped responding to her and were ignoring her. Some of them had deleted her on social media and were basically all giving her the cold shoulder. Apparently they really hated the fact that she had ruined the gossip of their girls' night, and basically all the girls in that social group followed my girlfriend's lead. So when my girlfriend cut my sister out of her life, they followed suit and did the same. I was shocked. I couldn't believe that so-called friends would do such a thing to someone, just completely defriend them from life over one incident. She just shrugged and didn't seem to care. I lamented over the fact that all of this had happened to her just because she chose to stick up for me and tell me the things that my girlfriend had been saying about me. My sister just shrugged in response. I told her I'm sorry, and I felt this was partially my fault. I said I don't understand how she can still have no regret having told me all this. She said, "Why would I regret it? I don't care about them. You mean more to me. I'll find other friends after all." I told her that is an incredibly nice thing to say and hugged her. I sat down and asked her what she was watching, but she didn't seem very interested in it. She said she had a lot of fun with them last time and she felt kind of sad that they were all having fun without her while she was stuck at home like a loser. Friday nights were a sort of thing for her and the girls, and they'd regularly go out, so it's understandable she'd feel upset she no longer had that and she'd lost a bunch of friends. I asked her what restaurant they were going to. She told me they normally went to the same one each week. Apparently it was a really fancy place. I said screw it, she doesn't have to stay at home, I'll take her to somewhere even better. At first she thought I was kidding, but I told her I was serious. We got dressed and I drove us to this new place that I haven't been to before. It was expensive as fuck. I spent over $200 on the two of us, but it was worth it and we had a good time. The food was excellent. At least she wasn't feeling so down afterwards. I still feel terrible over the way I initially handled it. I feel ashamed over my initial misdirected anger and how I was rude and careless. Honestly, I feel much better off after having broken up with a girlfriend. I was expecting I'd have a period right afterwards where I'd feel down and regretful about it, but the more days that go by, the more sure I am I made the right decision. But now I'm going to turn this one to you guys. What do you guys make of this situation? How would you have dealt with that if it was you? Let us know your thoughts down in the comments below. Our next story comes from NoCustard1940 and says, "Am I the asshole for still withholding all of the presents I bought for the family because of their pranks?" Okay, in the past couple of years I started making good enough that I bought a house and I still have plenty after the monthly bills. My family have all been pranksters and at times entitled my whole life. But Christmas Eve they took the cake. I was no contact with them for years, but they convinced me to reconnect after I moved closer. For gifts, I got them all good stuff, like tablets for the kids with built-in DVD players. I just went away to Google, and yes, they do actually exist, sports memorabilia and camping stuff for my dad, brother, and uncle. Specific antiques, jewelry, and appliances for my mum, sister-in-law, and aunt. I brought my girlfriend with me, as what little family she has are horrid, so she was delighted to spend Christmas Eve with my family. Everything was going smoothly, and I warned my family no pranks on me or my girlfriend at all. They swore none would happen, but they could not resist. We got attacked by silly string from multiple fronts. That stuff reeks and gets everywhere. Somehow, we powered through that. But then came the gifts. I wasn't expecting much, but none of them even tried. I got dollar store cooking utensils, a pair of insanely ugly holiday socks that I confirmed were also dollar store, and a pink hat. And that was just from my parents. They all kept snickering and recording me as I unwrapped random junk. One being a used mirror to a car I no longer own, and the one gift there to my girlfriend was a bottle of fart spray. I told them I'd had enough, and they had agreed to no pranks. Long story short, they weren't just gag gifts. They were the only presents there for us. I had enough and just started gathering up all the presents I'd brought. They all freaked out and demanded I give them back. I told them all that they didn't change one bit and they could kiss all that stuff goodbye. We bagged everything and stormed out. The family kept calling and messaging me that I'm being greedy. I couldn't take a joke and they couldn't think of anything to get me. The kids are crying. I don't need to go on. Am I the arsehole? I've refused to return any of the presents. Now, I was thinking back to the very first paragraph on this one. OP said that there was no contact with them for years. And, usually no contact says something pretty shitty has happened. Was it due to these pranks? Was it due to their behavior? Well, it's obviously due to their behavior at some point. And, if someone's been no contact with you for a certain amount of time, you should have sat back, reflected on what you've done. And the last thing you do is be an absolute knobhead to them and pull these so-called pranks, which aren't pranks. It's just shitty behavior, trying to get a laugh at your expense when you don't find it funny. Part of me was just wishing that your girlfriend just took that fart spray and said, right, we're leaving, and just held the button down and walked out, spraying everything in her path. I mean, it's pretty childish, but it made me chuckle in my head. It just really winds me up that they just don't think about the consequences of their actions. They obviously didn't the first time around before OP went no contact. But this time, OP's coming round to our house. He's been no contact for a while. We should be on our best behavior here. We should be welcoming him and just thankful that he's back into our lives. Or we could prank him. You bloody Burks. Time for no contact again, OP. But Successful Bar says not the arsehole. It's not like you didn't warn them. Time to go no contact with them again. Anything you can't return to the shop it came from to get your money back or that you can't use yourself, give to a charity and tell them that's what you did. Aru says not the arsehole. What's wrong with your family? A prank is only funny if appreciated by everyone involved, and you warn them that you didn't want to partake in anything like that. Furthermore, how is it funny to get a loved one an awful gift without a genuine present at the end? Your family aren't pulling pranks, they're just being assholes. You did the right thing by taking away their presents, and while there's not much hope for the adults involved, maybe the kids might learn a valuable lesson about fucking around and finding out. Not that they're to blame in all of this, but a point must be made. Someone asked OP for info. They said, why did you go no contact with them before? OP says, because when growing up, I was the overly serious type that was used as a scapegoat for my brother, and I was just treated unkindly like I was unwanted half the time. I was the unplanned son while my brother was not. They also have the worst sense of humor. Try sharing a house with a cheesy parody of the Jackass crew. After many years of no contact, my parents acted like they'd seen the error of their past and apologized for it. But now I think they're all just waiting for me to let down my guard. They stalked my social media and came to my door with flowers after I moved back to the area 2 years ago. I wasn't mentally ready to go to their 2022 Christmas, but they convinced me for 2023. Sanguine Psychologist says, I just got gifted an open mascara from my future in-laws and I feel for you. Not the arsehole. It's beyond simple to get a nice box of chocolate or some wine, even rather cheap ones, as a gift. They didn't even try. Princess Shira quotes, "I couldn't take a joke," and then says, "That's the mantra of the bully," hand in hand with, "You don't have a sense of humor." Shame on them, and good for you for standing up to them. Even if they didn't have enough money, and even if all they could afford was the dollar store, they could have done better. You can buy nice, albeit cheap stuff in dollar stores or less expensive regular stores and wrap it nicely. But a box of chocolates at CVS or something. You and girlfriend surround yourselves with positive and supportive people. Hope you can plan for a better holiday next year. Not the arsehole. So, around 3 months later, Opie updates and says my girlfriend recently saw my original post read on YouTube and asked that I update here. I previously posted in another subreddit about what my family did to me on Christmas Eve. Back at work, word of what happened with my family spread around the office when it shouldn't have. I talked about it to just one friend at lunch and a few days after making my first Reddit post, and the office gossip just happened to be hiding nearby, listening to every word I said. Within days, it was all over the office. And someone in the office was apparently social media friends with my brother. In short, my family found out about my Reddit post, and they went off about how they thought I was a brat who couldn't take a joke. I told them the 400 not the arsehole comments said otherwise. They said they tried to say I didn't tell the truth. I asked them to read the post over the phone and tell me what in it was a lie. Well, their recollection was suddenly quite bad because I made it clear every detail was on point. I even still have the messages from them confirming numerous details. They tried gaslighting, but I wasn't having it. I was never going to let them try to rewrite history again. My mother resorted to crocodile tears and guilting, but I called her and my father out as self-serving narcissists who play favorites and would rather make me the bad guy so they wouldn't have to feel bad about themselves. They didn't deserve to berate me or cry for sympathy when they were complicit in my misery since childhood. Then I hung up on them. They tried calling back again and again, but I refused to pick up, and I deleted all of their voicemails. But I kept the text just in case I'd need to go to a lawyer. More people in the extended family were made aware after the links to my Reddit account got around. Initially, some sided with my parents and brother, but quickly switched sides when they saw the writing on the wall. My parents then tried to turn my brother into the new scapegoat for the situation since it couldn't be me. And then it turned into a chicken fight. After about 2 weeks, my parents showed up at my door to try and get me to talk to them, but I refused. I found out later that other relatives called them 50-plus-year-old children, and that they owed me a lifetime of apologies. My brother apparently doubled down that what they did was funny and refused to admit any wrongdoing. But his wife and even his own kids were furious at him. He was made to delete the videos he recorded of me at Christmas by the rest of the family, and he blamed me for it because I ruined his best prank yet. My sister-in-law ended up slapping him and calling him a man-child, then saying she'd never been so humiliated to be his wife. She was apparently unaware of what family put me through growing up until the Christmas prank because I'd hardly seen her before cutting contact with my family. Then she gave him an ultimatum: marriage counseling and a sincere apology to me, or she would leave him. My brother stubbornly refused, and his wife took the kids and left for a few days. He then came to my house while intoxicated and yelling that it was all my fault and I was a bitch baby who couldn't take a joke. Then he started demanding I talk to his wife and fix things. I had to call our parents to come get him before I had the police take him away. They showed up mortified and screaming at him to shut the hell up. After a few more days, my parents begged me to come over and speak to them. It took me a while to agree, and when I did, my brother was there, with them looking like a kicked puppy. His wife had actually gone to get a consultation from a divorce lawyer. My brother finally realized that this was for real, and unless he acknowledged he was a massive arsehole, his life would be ruined. His wife did come back for the sake of keeping the kids in school, but even after months, my brother is still in the doghouse. My brother and parents apologized and admitted they never expected me to show up with such nice gifts, and figured I wasn't likely to bring anything since I hadn't seen them in years. And they'd pranked me so much that it finally clicked with them why I'd previously got no contact. And even though I showed up with real gifts, they went ahead with their plan anyway since the prank gifts were already there under the tree, and they somehow thought I'd share in the humor. They thought wrong. I told them they would never be apologizing like this if they weren't being humiliated for their actions, which they actually agreed and started trashing themselves. Then I asked if the apologies they'd given me before were totally insincere and just a ploy to lure me back into the family. They couldn't say they were or weren't. I'm not sure even they know anymore. So then I had a very frank discussion with them about my childhood and why I might never want to associate with them ever again. They didn't argue with a single point I made. All the mistreatment, all the favoritism, all the scapegoating. Why? Because I was the unwanted child. I didn't ask to be born. And it sure as hell shouldn't have taken that long just for them to realize what kind of steaming piles of crap they were as people. They just sat there looking at the floor while I ranted at them, and my mother was crying and blaming herself and my father. And my father started blaming her and saying it all started with her. My brother, for once in his life, knew when to shut the hell up and accept fault. And when he finally did speak, he owned up to everything. Since it was too late to return the gifts to the store by the time I made my Am I the Asshole post, the presents I took back were left in my garage, just sitting in a pile. I ended up donating all of them to a local church for a charity rummage sale, so all of that stuff went to people other than my relatives. I was chastised by many for taking the gifts back from the kids too, but they were sharing in the delight of laughing at me that day, and now they have a lesson in consequences that it was good to have while still young. That said, my mother kind of negated that by going rogue and bought the exact same tablet DVD combo players for the kids that I did. My father was apparently furious with her at first because she put it all on their credit card. Each of those tablets was around $150, but the fight about it didn't last long. My brother and sister-in-law have been going to marriage counseling, and it's forced my brother to open his eyes. Our parents raised him to be the way he is, but he also kept it up well into adulthood. I've kept moderate contact with my family for the sake of getting to know my nibblings, and they're actually good kids. They don't blame me for taking the gifts back anymore because they understood how angry I was at Christmas. I had my birthday in March at a local pizza parlor, and my family were invited. It was literally their last chance, and shockingly, they did not blow it. They couldn't figure out what to get me, so they gifted me a large card with $100 cash in it, and a "will do better" apology written in the card. They also gave my girlfriend a set of sterling silver earrings, big apology as makeup for Christmas, since she refused to see them in person till then. It hasn't really been long enough since then for me to have any other kind of details, other than things seem to be pleasantly normal now. No more pranks to me. They've even stopped doing them to each other. The whole situation just ruined what made it funny for them to begin with. Also, for all those who prior commented or DM'd me saying the tablet DVD player combos don't exist, look them up for crying out loud. They do exist, and kids who have them love them. The ones my mother got my nibblings have barely left their hands since getting them. Lastly, I did report the office gossip that caused me to get ratted out to my brother to HR, and that was just one thing in a line of complaints against them. So they were finally written up. That's been avoiding me as much as possible at work since then. And a couple of the top comments from that one. So Fiona says, "I'm glad your family finally woke up and saw what dicks they are being. I hope they are sincere in wanting to fix themselves and the relationship. But no matter how hard they might seem to be trying, if they fuck up again, they don't deserve another chance." Daylily says, "I never saw your first post, Custard, until I came across this one. Perfectly horrible people your parents and brother must be. No wonder you had no contact with them for so long. Here's hoping you and your girlfriend have all the peace and happiness together you can hold." And I was kind of backwards and forwards on this one. I wouldn't have blamed OP if they continued the no contact at all. But at the same time, I'm sort of like, I don't blame them for trying as long as they keep these boundaries and anything happens again, that they just cut that contact again, because who needs that sort of shit in their life, right? Life's hard enough without having to deal with this kind of bollocks. But now I'm going to turn this one to you guys. What do you guys make of this situation? Let me know your thoughts down in the comments below. Now let's move on to another story. Now, our next story comes from the Relationship Advice subreddit from a throwaway account that says, "My wife shared a tent with a college fling on a recent camping trip back home. My wife and I have been married for a couple of years now. I knew that back in college she had one experience with another girl. I call this girl Katie. This came up after a breakup. The two of them had gotten high while watching Netflix, and one thing led to another. She told me that she really enjoyed the experience, but it never happened again with her or any other ladies. I I do have reason to suspect from our personal sex life that she is still sexually attracted to women. Recently, my wife visited our hometown to see friends and family. I couldn't go due to work commitments. Over the weekend, she went camping with some old friends. Apparently, Katie was there. My wife claimed she didn't know this would happen. Okay, fine. They camped for one night and my wife comes home a few days later. As we talk about the trip, it slips out that my wife wasn't able to find her old camping gear. Okay, so whose tent did she use? It comes out that she ended up sharing a tent with Katie, a one-person tent. She claims nothing happened, but I'm highly skeptical now. The whole thing just reeks to me. I don't really have any evidence at this point, but I'm tempted to go through her phone when I get the chance. How should I proceed? Opodent starts off in the comments and says, I'll bring up the fact that she shared a one-person tent with someone she has slept with in the past. That's a horrible choice, and she doesn't get a pass because they are both women. Ludwig replies that says, if it looks and smells like shit, it's likely shit. Imagine a reverse of OP's wife was telling the story on here. End quotes, my husband went camping with a woman, he had a passionate one-night stand back in uni, because he happened to forget all the equipment, but it's okay because he swore nothing happened. Not a Twist says, I'll be telling her that she's fucked up here, regardless of anything happening. Sharing a bed or tent with someone you've previously slept with without asking your partner about it or having an agreement that you both think this is okay is a major fuck up. Would explain that I'm hurt and that I don't trust her because of this, and would let her response then guide any further action. If she owns up and asks how she can rebuild your trust, you can go from there. And if you don't believe that's all that's happened, I think it's reasonable to ask for the whole story, plus some proof by looking through messages, or check in with the person message. If she doesn't accept responsibility or blame, then you need to ask how you can move forward and whether you do it together or not. Bill says sounds like the trickle truth is beginning. She couldn't find her camping gear and gosh darn, so lucky Katie was there to share hers. Did they get high together? Did they cuddle? Kiss? If you grill her a little and she admits to more of it, then borrow a phone and posing as her send Katie a text. What was your favorite part of camping together? Then tell her to sit with you until Katie responds. And also tell her this is her last chance to tell you the full truth. How exactly do you think she would feel if you spent the night in a one-man tent with a woman you had a one-night stand with? Just because they're the same sex doesn't make it okay, unless you're okay with it. It's a lot harder to be walked on when you are standing up. Savage Comic says, I'd sit her down for a conversation. Part of the thing of people trusting you to do things is not giving them a reason to mistrust you in the first place. I let people cook in my kitchen that I trust not to set fire to the deep fryer or run me through with a filleting knife because they've never shown signs around this. It's weighing on you. That's fine. A one and done conversation where she promises to tell you the whole truth, if not, don't bring it up again, should be doable. She doesn't trickle truth. You don't stew on this for a decade and bring it up when you're pissed off about who does the dishes. You don't go out and have a revenge fuck with an ex or try and flirt with someone. And the final commenter says, wow, people are a bit harsh on this post. Something happened once many years ago. Never been repeated with Katie or any other females and you're jumping off the deep end questioning the entire marriage. Maybe it wasn't the best thing for her to do, but I'd suspect that she'd never share a tent with a girl if it'd be such a big deal. Hindsight is a wonderful thing, and I hope the next time you do something slightly ill-judged, I'll be given the benefit of the doubt. OP, you know your wife best. Do you really think something untoward happened? OP gave their brief update a couple of days later and said, ended up talking with one of our mutual friends who went on the trip. She confirmed my suspicions, saying that my wife and Katie were acting weird and even sneaking off together at times. Used this information to confront my wife and she eventually caved and let me see her phone. Went through a text with Katie to see they had been texting and flirting for the past few weeks, even sending each other provocative selfies and reminiscing about what happened on the camping trip. I was able to send most of these messages to my computer in case it's needed for the divorce proceedings. I appreciate everyone's time and advice. It's a shitty situation, but I'm glad to be moving forward. And the top 2 comments on that one said, time to rip the band-aid off. 2 years is nothing and you're still young. She lied and lied again. Trust is gone. No kids, get a lawyer and file. And Corviz replies that saying, this would be my advice as well. You really want to spend the next few decades always wondering what she is up to and getting paranoid whenever she is late. And you have the added stress of having to worry about male and female friends. Add no part of that before you become neurotic and bitter. I'm just trying to think of a one-person tent. You know, I bought one when I went metal detecting once because we had to camp over for a couple of days. And that is fucking cozy in there. Let me tell you. How do you get 2 people in one of those? But now I'm going to turn this one to you guys. What do you guys make of this situation? Let me know your thoughts down in the comments below. Our next story comes from Self-Serve Sports Wash and says, am I the arsehole for keeping score with my family and ruining dinner? I, 27 male, am the third of 4 siblings and have always felt like an afterthought. Laurie, 33 female, Chuck, 29 male, and Jay, 25 female, have always gotten the first and best from my parents and each other. I get the leftovers if I'm lucky. I haven't gotten a birthday present from any of my siblings in about 10 years, but I still get asked to pitch in for group gifts for each of them every year. On Friday night, we were having a family dinner, and it honestly felt like every other sentence was a dig at me, or a less than subtle brag about my siblings about something they have been given by my parents that I was denied. They talked about how nice almost all of our weddings were, but made sure to mention it was okay that my wife had a small low-key wedding, and it was okay, we loved it. But they brushed over the fact that my parents paid for all of my siblings' weddings, but not mine. Because somehow they couldn't afford it, because they were saving up for Jade's wedding. They brought up how little student loans they have, because my parents helped them. All of them lived on campus at expensive 4-year schools. I lived at home and went first to a very prestigious, very hard to get into watchmaking school. I got paid to attend this school, so I paid rent at home. My parents paid for my tools, and I appreciate the help, I really do. But they paid $120 to $150K each for my siblings. They gave me $7K for the tools. But to them, it's equal. When I went back to school on my own, I didn't ask for money and wasn't offered it. When my brother went back to school, they covered everything without him even having to ask. There were many other small moments, comments about cars and other lifestyle choices. But what made me snap was my brother and his wife mentioning their marriage being so great because they do things like spontaneous dates, like the one they had the prior Friday night. The Friday night where my parents called my wife and I last minute to cancel plans. They had to eat dinner at our house because they had to watch Chuck's kids because of an emergency. Turns out that emergency was a dinner for Chuck and my sister-in-law at Texas Roadhouse. I spent hours making my grandpa's ziti and meatballs with homemade marinara because it's my mum's favorite. I wanted more than anything to scream at them, but instead I got up and left without saying a word, and my wife followed me. When my mum called me later to ask why I left, I just explained exactly why. I explained the favoritism, the unfairness, and the fact that it doesn't feel like they care about me. She didn't say much, and I was really looking for an explanation or an apology in the moment. I just felt like it was self-evident. But if she didn't really see it, I'd spell it out. Evidently, at least parts of what I said have been shared with my siblings because now Chuck and Laurie are furious at me and saying I ruined dinner, and my mum is upset that I'm hurt. They say I'm immature for keeping score. Am I the arsehole? You're not keeping score in this situation. This is your life, and these are feelings that you're absolutely entitled to, and expressing them. It sounds like you've been through a hell of a lot from what you've explained in this one story. And your siblings are just as bad in this. There's no way they haven't realized what's been happening, and they haven't called it out as well. They've continued to allow it. And I'm really not sure what the solution is to this apart from distancing yourself from them because they haven't got your best interests at heart. It doesn't sound like you're priority to them. So why should they be a priority to you? You can continue to let them know how you feel, which, I think is absolutely fine as well. But I'm struggling to see how their attitude will change in this. I just don't believe that no one's realized what's been happening here apart from yourself. And on the back of this, when you finally called it out, no one's taken a step back and said, oh shit, yeah, that has been awful for OP. No one's considered that. Instead, they're attacking you and calling you immature. It's shitty behavior. So the first comment says to OP, not the arsehole, your siblings are keeping score as well. They use that score to belittle you every time they see you. Your parents, including your mum, who is all of a sudden upset that you're hurt, have allowed that to happen. Your mum is only upset because you finally stood up for yourself and called them out. Keep on keeping score. They certainly will. Opie says honestly, on the phone she didn't seem agitated at all. But when I started explaining everything, she just kind of got sad, I guess. She got really quiet and didn't say much. It's called guilt. Next commenter says, not the arsehole. I don't know if this is the best solution, but if I were you, I'd write everything down just like you told us, then send it to each one of my family members in a group chat, then block them. I'd move on from a relationship with them and love them from a distance. Sidebar. Do you and all your siblings look exactly alike? Opie says Jade is adopted, so no, but she has always been the baby and treated as such anyway. My first draft had a lot more background, but it was way over the character limit. I almost look exactly like my paternal grandfather. I even had the same thing with my eyes, where they were blue when I was born, but have formed a brown ring around the outside as I've grown up. So there's almost no possibility that I'm not my father's son, if that's what you're getting at. Jade is on my side incidentally, and she feels awful about the wedding thing, but she didn't find out about them not paying for my wedding until about 6 months ago, which is 6 months after her wedding. She assumed that they had paid for part of my house or something, because verbally that had always been the deal. But no, I got to pay for my own wedding, and my parents never honoured the long-standing agreement of, we have money saved for each of you, you can either use it for a wedding or anything else you want as a wedding gift when you get married. This is not Jade's fault. She didn't ask for any of this. She didn't even get to plan her own wedding. My mum and Laurie did that. It was extravagant because my mum and Laurie wanted it to be extravagant. Jade and her husband mostly hang out with my wife and I when they're in town. That has been a pattern for a long time. Family gives her stuff she didn't ask for to, I guess, make up for her early childhood sucking, and it's often at the expense of me. But since she was like 6, she'd always then share it back with me. Jade and I are fine. She shouldn't have been responsible for policing the fairness of the adults in our life. Next commenter says, have you laid out all this information in front of your family like you told us, or have you personally been taking all this in yourself? I'm glad your sibling Jade is empathetic with you. Opie says, the Friday night phone call with my mum was the first time I laid more than one incident at the time out for anyone. It's also the most thorough I've been about explaining any single incident because it's the first time I didn't get interrupted. We're on the phone for 1.5 hours. I was talking for most of it. The next commenter says, you seem like an emotionally strong person. Sometimes when people know they can't get to you, they can't help but keep trying. It says more about them. Question. If you weren't related, would you even hang out with these people? You don't get to choose your family, you know. Don't worry about rocking the boat. Sail your own. Ooh, I like that. Opie says, I'd definitely still hang out with Jade and her husband, as well as my grandparents. But my Omar, dad's mum, already sees me more than anyone else in my immediate family, and my pop-pop, mum's dad, has spent more time with me than other grandkids since I was a child. I have autism, and he almost certainly would have been diagnosed had he been born today. We both need breaks from crowds, and we have similar sensory issues, so we'd bail on family gatherings to go play bocce for as long as I can remember. But Opie comes in with her first update and says, I don't know where the best place to put all this, so I'm putting it here if that's okay. My first draft contained some of this info, but I had to edit it a lot to get it down to the character limit. Some of this has been shared in other comments, but I'm just consolidating in hopes this is seen and answers questions. 1. There is no reason to believe I'm not my father's child. The list of genetic coincidences that would be necessary for that to be the case is long and not worth rehashing. He doesn't have any male relatives that could explain it either. He has one sibling, my aunt, and none of his cousins have ever been in his life, or even remotely local. I look just like my paternal grandfather. I always have. He died when my father was young, but by all accounts, he was a good father and is remembered fondly. 2. My youngest sister has been the beneficiary of many, if not most of the things my parents chose not to give me. But she did not ask for any of that and has been one of the only people consistently trying to make it right. I mean, for goodness sake, she was trying to fix it when she was 6. She has definitely not seen everything, but what she has seen, she has tried to correct. She is perhaps guilty of assuming the best of people and not asking questions. But she isn't heartless, and getting angry at her isn't going to fix anything. We talked for a long time after I posted this. She had been told she was contributing to a birthday gift for me every year since at least 2018. She gave money to my older sister to buy my wife and I tickets to my favourite soccer team. And then my wife and I inevitably posted about going to the games she assumed one of the games we went to each year was the gift she'd been contributing money towards. There's a lot of backstory there, but the gist of it is Jade and I have always gotten along well, and Jade does not participate in singling me out negatively. She and her husband spend time with my wife and I frequently, usually just the four of us. 3. I was definitely favoured by my maternal grandfather growing up, but it's not like I got extra gifts or anything. He and I just have very similar personalities, and that showed at a young age. I'm on the spectrum, and I feel very strongly that were he my age, he'd have been diagnosed as well. We both struggle mightily with a lot of sensory things, but loud crowds and being surrounded by a lot of disparate sources of noise, like perhaps his loud Italian family, overwhelms both of us. So both of us hide for at least some portion of all family gatherings. Over time, we started hiding together by just leaving to play bocce, or locking ourselves in the kitchen to cook. As an adult, he has made comments that indicate he sees that I'm not being given as much, and in the last 2 to 3 years he has definitely given more items to me than anyone else. Things he wants me specifically to have if and when he passes, and that he wants me to enjoy now. That was definitely a source of tension on Friday. He's quite wealthy, and my older siblings are accusing me of trying to enrich myself based on inheritance. I have no clue what his plans are, and I have not and will never ask. It's not my business. He has always had a pathological need to make things even. Everyone gets the same number of boxes at Christmas, with as near as much of the exact amount of money spent on each recipient, so I do not expect him to behave differently with his estate. I honestly expect that anything that doesn't go to charitable causes will be divided evenly, but I really think it's all going to charity. But where my older siblings see the monetary value of his record collection and view it as a financial windfall, I see a beautiful collection of music I keep listening to. I'd never sell that. They feel that I am hoarding the antique watches he gave me, the most valuable of which is a 60s Timex Marlin. But again, they want me to sell them and divide the cash. First of all, they aren't valuable except in sentiment. Second of all, Pop-Pop is still alive and only gave them to me because he knows I will repair the ones I like and wear them. Selling them would be extremely rude and entitled. They're angry that he gave me his first nice car, because it does have a nominal value, even now, too old to be valuable as a reliable vehicle. Not old or rare or desirable enough to be a collector's item, but to me, it's a sentimental item. It was his Sunday car for years, and while I put a lot of work into keeping it running, well, it's in excellent cosmetic condition. My older siblings are contesting that I actually am the favourite, and the very measurable and extremely generous financial gifts given to them by my parents are somehow dwarfed by their, in my opinion, very inflated estimation of the financial value of the gifts my grandfather has given me recently. 4. My paternal grandmother has openly favoured me more and more as I've aged. Again, this is not financial, and to my knowledge, she isn't in a position to leave me an inheritance. Not that I've even asked that of her. There is an old clock of hers made by a local clockmaker and housed in a handmade cabinet that I used to spend hours looking at when I was really young. That she actually put multiple labels inside as early as when I was 5 or 6, saying that it belongs to me. But I didn't ask for that. I appreciate it, and I will gladly accept it if she still feels that way when the time comes, but I don't spend the time I spend with her as some sort of plot to steal her clock. I just like hanging out with my grandma. She's a really funny lady, and she likes walking with my wife and I and our dogs. She stays with us in our house on holidays in lieu of staying in the guest house my parents had built for her. My siblings are under the impression that she has somehow supported me financially. Again, unless there is something I'm not aware of, she is very much not in the position to do this. 5. My wife and I will be meeting with my parents at some point over the next week to talk. I do not know what to expect, but I will be taking the time to write stuff down in preparation. I don't even know what I want from it, but I will be bringing up family therapy. But around 2.5 months later, Opie updates again and says, so, update time. About a week after that post, my wife and I sat down with my parents and cleared the air. As several people suggested, I wrote down my thoughts and compiled, to the best of my knowledge, a listing and full accounting of the disparity in what my siblings were given over the years and what I was given. I did actually sit down and do the math, and it turns out that while I was at the Technicum, I actually paid my parents more in rent than they ever paid for my tools. The final reckoning came to between 370k on the high end, Jade, to 190k on the low end, Chuck, for how much my parents directly gave to my siblings and they never gave to me. Sitting down and seeing the full amount all spelled out like that is probably the angriest I got during this whole mess. My parents had been aware there were discrepancies, but really pushed back on the actual amounts until we sat down and went through each major gift and incident case by case, by which point my dad had admitted my reckoning was likely conservative. That was more or less the end of any productive talk that night. My dad just claimed they didn't think it had gotten that bad, but wouldn't give any details about how they could have possibly not noticed. In the interim, Chuck and Laurie continued to escalate their anger, continued to call and text me, my parents, and extended family. I've not spoken to either of them directly since, and I don't expect to anytime soon. Roughly a week after that first sit down, my mum and dad asked to meet again. Lots was said, but the gist of it is, they felt like I was doing well and didn't need their help. Basically, they thought I'd be fine without them. They admitted they probably live outside their means and gave more to my older siblings than they should have and could never have given me that much. They claimed the timing of my wedding lined up with probably the most dire of their overspending and lack of saving, and that they literally did not have the funds to live up to their promise, especially as they were paying for Jade's tuition, car, and apartment at that time. They have offered money, they have offered to pay for vacations, a car, all kinds of stuff, but I think they don't really get it yet. My wife and I don't want their money, but we aren't really sure what an ideal resolution to this looks like. At least they have admitted they were unfair and are open to working things out. My wife and I spent Easter with Jade and her husband and my grandparents. My mum and dad came over in the evening. This seems to be more or less the new normal for now. A commenter suggests, they said, I bet they'll ask you for monetary help with end-of-life costs. Opie says that's a bit of why I don't want to accept any gifts from them right now. As it currently stands, if nothing changed about our relationship between now and when they retired, I wouldn't feel any guilt about leaving them on their own. Although I'd bet anything Jade and her husband would make sure they didn't become destitute. I just really don't think I'd be in a position to be guilted into helping them. If I let them pay off my mortgage though, I know they would try and use that as leverage. I know them too well not to know that's what they'd do. Right now I don't wish any ill on them. I just wouldn't step in to help them, at least not monetarily. They spent recklessly. I think they still spend recklessly. I don't think any of my grandpa's frugality or understanding of being poor made its way down to my mum. I think she doesn't remember when she was really little and his company hadn't taken off yet. Or if she does, she refuses to take any lessons from it. I don't think they have robust retirement savings, and I don't trust them to live frugally, even if they do. I fully expect them to be broke within 5 years of retiring, and I don't want them to have a way to try and guilt me into helping. I know Chuck and his family aren't going to feel like they're in a position to help. Even if they are, they make great money, but always complain about being broke. By no definition are they broke. They just have expensive tastes and trashy friends. And unless there is a mending of fences, Laurie will likely be too mad at them for babying me by doing the bare minimum and listening to my grievances that she'll be glad to see them suffer. Especially if she doesn't think there's going to be anything for her to inherit. I really truly think she would discard her own parents without a second thought if they blew through her inheritance. Then more info on Jade and the birthday gifts. Opie says I don't really have time to address everything, but the birthday thing with Jade was addressed in comments on the first post. The short version is she and her husband have been giving Laurie money, and a really sizable amount as it turns out, every year to buy my wife and I tickets to see the Union play. Then, when we inevitably posted pictures of us at games, she assumed that at least one of those games was the gift. She even pointed out one of my Instagram posts last year explicitly called it a birth gift. I didn't specify it was my gift from my wife. And to be fair, the comment Jade left on it at the time, in retrospect, very much reads like she was glad I was enjoying her gift to me. So the reality is Laurie was just straight up stealing a couple of $100 from Jade every year for at least 5 years. I love Jade and her husband, and they are very sweet, but they are very naive. Both grew up wealthy. Both grew up spoiled, and neither has had any real sense of how much things cost. They just genuinely thought tickets to a Union game cost multiple times over what they really do, and didn't blink when Laurie asked for money for my birthday gift every year. Jade and her husband are not speaking to either of my siblings now. They were both genuinely astonished to hear I hadn't been getting gifts from my siblings. Fun side note that they took my wife and I to a game this spring and paid for everything, unprompted, and not thinking it made up for everything. They just wanted to do a nice thing. I will not pretend Jade is perfect or that you can't tell she's been overly spoiled, but my god does she try hard not to be entitled. She and her husband do well financially in their own right and they share freely. I know she got a leg up, but it's not fair to begrudge her that. She didn't ask for it, and she has never rubbed it in my face, unlike Chuck and Laurie. She is mortified at how uneven things are. Chuck and Laurie are mad it's not continuing. Commenter says, are your parents aware that Laurie has been stealing from Jade? Opie says they are. I know they are still in contact with her and her family, as well as Chuck and his. Laurie and Chuck are the two that has given them grandchildren, and I don't want or expect my parents to turn a cold shoulder to them. I don't intend to pry into their relationship. My parents know what Laurie did. How they want to approach it is their business. In the meantime, my own relationship with my parents is strained and pretty low contact, and I'd rather focus on that. I don't really have any real relationship with either of my older siblings. I can't see myself ever caring enough to try. If either of them have a come to Jesus moment and genuinely want to make things right, they know where to find me. And another thought from OP on not wanting money from his parents. OP says, I believe if I let my parents give me money, which I'm not sure if they even have, they will consider us even, and not actually address the fact that even without the money I was treated differently. Until I have a reason to believe the offer of money is coming from anywhere other than an attempt to get back into my good graces and buy my forgiveness, I'm not interested. My wife and I both work and earn good money. We're by far the least well off of my family, but we're comfortable, and we have savings and retirement savings, which may be more than can be said for the others except Jade and her husband. I don't see or speak to my parents as much as I used to, and so far that's been fine by me. If they want to actually self-reflect and try to make amends, I'm very open to it, but not until they acknowledge the non-monetary favoritism as well. Someone says, do your grandparents know? Opie says my grandparents are fully caught up. They already knew it was skewed. Part of why I'm not overly concerned with settling the score, for lack of a better phrase, is that I've now been told in no uncertain terms that I will come out of this better off. I know that any relationship with my brother or older sister is almost certainly beyond repair. I've accepted that. I think letting my parents ease their conscience by throwing money at the problem will only lead to them not actually taking accountability for their actions. And I don't think there's too much advice you could give to OP in this situation. Perhaps there is, but for me, I think OP's handling it in the best way possible at the moment. They're keeping their parents at arm's length, not having much to do with Laurie and Chuck, who just seem to see like OP as some kind of like competition, if you like. And I think from the grandparents' perspective, I think they're going, from what it sounds like to me, it sounds like they're going to sort OP out in the end. That OP's going to come out of this fairly well off. Not that OP's focused on that, but I can certainly see it going down that path. I personally wouldn't want nothing to do with those siblings as well. That's not how siblings treat each other. That's not love. These are just two people that's acting absolutely shitty. And I like the way that OP's dealing with his parents. There is the chance of like, you know, completely cutting them out if they want, but they're pretty low contact. As I said, keeping them at arm's length until, or if, they ever come to their senses and realize the favoritism that they show to the other siblings. But we've covered a lot of story to do with favoritism on Reddit and on this channel. But what do you guys make of this situation? If you was OP, how would you deal with it? Is this one of them ones where you just walk away from all the drama? Do you think OP's handling it a good way? How would you deal with it? Let us know your thoughts down in the comments below. Our next story comes from Other Salt 3889 from the True Off My Chest subreddit and says, my wife is addicted to the gym and it's ruining our marriage. My wife is 30 years old and she's always worked out and been in shape. But lately, I feel like it's becoming excessive. She used to regularly work out at the gym when she was in college. At some point, she stopped going to the gym. I think lately just due to her schedule and preferred to work out at home or go for runs outside. About 18 months ago, she announced she was going to get back into the habit of going to the gym. She now had a job where she's able to make more time for it. It started off normal, but slowly became more and more frequent. She signed up for classes on the weekend, both days. She started going to the gym every day. And it became the morning before work and then again later in the evening. Every single day. If she's stressed, she goes to the gym. Experience some sort of life crisis, she immediately heads to the gym. We have an argument, runs to the gym. She's 4 months pregnant right now. I'm kind of surprised we even had time to make a kid. I understand that it's safe for her to work out, especially since she was already in the habit of doing it before she got pregnant. The intensity is not slowing down. If she misses one of her normal gym sessions, she becomes so irritable, like a junkie not getting her fix. It's just bizarre. Truly a case of too much of a good thing. Of course, she gets upset when I voice that I feel it's becoming an unhealthy obsession and that I miss spending time with her because she's there so much. She has all of these friends and this whole circle of people there that she seems to prefer spending time with over me. Why don't we work out together at the gym? The gym is her time, she says. This isn't a case of me feeling insecure because she's in great physical shape and I'm a fat slob. I work out and am in shape. My job really requires me to stay in shape, so I can't let myself go if I want to. I genuinely feel her gym habits are unhealthy. She's over-exercising for one. There is such a thing. But worse than that, I feel it's becoming a way for her to escape everything else in her life. She never actually fixed anything that goes wrong in her life. She just runs off to the gym to get some sort of mood boost and that's it. She also never gets anything else done in practical sense, because how can she when she's at the gym so often? It's to the point where I have to do every chore, and if food is getting made, I'm going to have to do it. I don't expect her to do all those things, but it should at least be a shared effort. People we know have even commented about it to me. They said things about how she seems different, how she sure is at the gym a lot, and many of her friends and family barely see her anymore. Some have even suggested she's having an affair with somebody there. Please tell me that this doesn't sound normal to you. She insists this is perfectly normal. So there was some comments which OP replied to. Man says, my guess would be that she is overwhelmed by life and that she escapes to the gym. She's probably always been a control freak, and now that life does things, she has a hard time not being in control. You are always in control at the gym. Same reason why bodybuilding attracts control freaks. OP says, yes, she is somebody who is overwhelmed with life, a very stressed out person. Somebody who is worried about everything. Her job is extremely stressful to her and she's been on the verge of true breakdowns because of it multiple times. They're actually the ones who told her she had to do something to deal with her stress, which was part of the reason she started going to the gym. Correct Praline says, okay, the people thinking it's an affair is one thing, but I think it's more likely this. I saw this post and actually thought of myself at one point. I used to spend 3 hours at the gym over 2 sessions some days and run 30 to 40 miles a week. If I missed my run or someone changed plans on me, I'd be very annoyed and have to make it up another day, often overworking myself and just stress / can't enjoy things until I get my workout in. Based on what you said, I do think she is addicted to exercise and it is a real thing. I think due to her pregnancy and body changes, the gym and exercise is really how she feels in control. It's an obsession like OCD, if that makes sense, and over time she will need more exercise to feel that high. Someone says to OP, how long is she at the gym per session? OP says she leaves around 5 to 5:15 AM, so in the morning around an hour or so. In the evening sometimes up to 2 hours. On weekends a few hours a day. People suggested that's like just far too much and OP replied saying yes, something happened to her back yesterday and she can barely bend over. It didn't happen when she was at the gym, she was just standing there getting ready to leash the dog up and she said it felt like a muscle seized up. She's in pain but she went to the gym today. Someone asks OP, what is she going to do after she has the baby? She can't go to the gym all the time with a newborn. Have you talked about that? OP says she's already checked and the gym offers childcare for babies starting at 6 weeks. She knows, at least I'm sure she does on some level, that she won't be back in the gym lifting weights for 3 days after the birth, but 6 weeks will be a challenge, especially since that seems to be a stress and anxiety coping mechanism, and we're in for a lot of stress and anxiety as new parents. And there was many different theories, like a lot of people were saying, oh, is she cheating? Which, you know, there's a possibility. We've seen it in other stories before around the gym scenario. Some people suggesting mental health, anxiety, etc. Other people suggesting possible eating disorder. Many people saying, you know, this is just too much. People relating it to themselves as well, saying, you know, they got themselves into a situation where they had to hit the gym every single day. My initial thoughts was that she's always sort of like been someone who's went to the gym all the time and sounds pretty proud of what she did. So, you know, when she got pregnant and changes in your body, etc., it's got to be a bit of a shock. So now it sounds like she's using the gym in an unhealthy way, an obsession. But like I said, I've seen many stories. This could go in all sorts of different directions. But OP updated the post and says, I posted not very long ago about my wife's addiction to the gym. A compulsion, if you will. She spends most of her free time there. She often goes twice a day and sometimes even 3 times if we have a fight at night and she needs to run off instead of actually talking to me. She won't let me go to her gym and she refuses to go to mine. Her gym is her place, my gym is my place, and that's just the way it has to be according to her. I'd love to have her come along with me. I've invited her multiple times. She's about 18 weeks pregnant right now. This is our first baby. She worked out like crazy prior to the pregnancy and she continues to just as hard now. I truly didn't think she was cheating on me. People suggested it in the last thread and I laughed. You can tell she's at the gym a lot. She's in great shape, so she's obviously going there. I felt really confident about the cheating issue, and when I posted 9 days ago, I wasn't even considering cheating. I'm embarrassed to admit that after reading a lot of the comments on my last post, I thought maybe I was being overly confident about her fidelity. She usually always has her phone on her, but she left it in the kitchen counter, and as stupid as I felt, I decided to do a quick swipe through her texts. She had a current text conversation going on with a guy. I recognized the name. The same name of a guy from the gym she mentions a lot. She's friends with a lot of people there. Went to one of their weddings last fall. I wasn't too terribly concerned until I started reading the text. Never wanted to know what the guy's dick looked like, but I know now. She was only out of the room for literally about a minute or two, so I had to scroll fast. I was furious. I asked her what the fuck that conversation was about. She started yelling at me for looking at her phone. I told her she's acting so weird and the gym obsession was really bothering me, so I just decided to look, and was ashamed that I did, but that I thought I'd find nothing at all. She said, it's nothing. Didn't look like nothing to me. Sure seemed pretty interested in this nothing. I wanted to know if she'd been fucking him, for how long. She kept saying no. I left the house because I was so furious, but not before I slammed her phone on the ground and shattered it. She was calling me all sorts of names for breaking her phone. She hit me on the back as hard as she could. I left, went to my brother's house. My brother and sister-in-law were shocked, although my sister-in-law was one of the most vocal ones about my wife's gym obsession being weird and bringing it up to me constantly. I went home. She was in bed crying. She obviously couldn't call me or anyone else for that matter. She was laying it on thick. I don't know if you'd ever come home. Give me a break. I took her phone to get it repaired tonight. She doesn't deserve it, but I still feel like an ass for breaking her phone. I still don't know how deep it goes. She wouldn't admit to anything beyond what I saw. Was it sexting, bad enough, or more? I'm convinced it was a lot more, but she refuses to hand over her phone and is now trying to act like I'm this terrible monster who is abusing her because I broke her phone. Not my proudest moment, but I honestly wanted to body slam her after she punched me. I've never and would never actually touch her like that. And I'll just give you a gist of the comments on that update because we have further updates as well. Majority of the people saying, DNA test, STD test, and people suggesting that she's absolutely doing more than just sexting. But OP posted their next update and said, not sure if posting something in my profile will be seen by anyone, but I don't feel like making another update in a subreddit. Today, my wife asked me to stay home from work so we could talk. She laid in bed all day yesterday trying to get me to feel sorry for her. But I paid absolutely no attention to her and ended up leaving the house to go to my family's Super Bowl party. I wasn't in the mood to go out, but I wasn't going to sit at home with her. It really bothered her that I left. She kept texting me things like, who just leaves like that? When something like this is happening, who is that cold and callous that they just leave to go to a party? I stayed home today to talk to her. She was full of tears. She's so sorry. According to her, she really was going to the gym twice a day because she likes going there. That's where her friends are. Makes her feel good. It's fun for her. She met this guy there and he started flirting with her. Everyone likes him. He's one of the most popular guys there. I didn't realize there were popular people at the gyms. She admitted that she flirted back but didn't mean anything by it. She didn't reciprocate very much at first, but he gave her butterflies and she just found herself flirting back without thinking. She said it felt like when she had a crush on somebody when she was in school, when she was younger. They started texting. At first it was just friendly and nothing sexual for several months, but she'd feel giddy every time she got a message from him. She was really attracted to him, but told him that she was married and there could never actually be anything between them. According to her, he kept flirting with her anyway and said, sure, we won't cross the line. Until they did cross the line. She said she had tried to resist it for a while, but then one day they kissed. She admitted to enjoying it, but also feeling that it was wrong. She must not have felt that bad because she slept with him for the first time later that night. She described it like falling in love with somebody for the first time. All she could think about was him. Is she in love with him? She doesn't know. Is the baby mine? She thinks so, but there's always a small chance it could be his. He always uses a condom, so she doesn't think it's his baby, but they were sleeping together at the time she got pregnant. She loves me. She can't help that there's just this huge spark between the two of them. She doesn't know if she loves him. She doesn't know if the baby is mine. She doesn't know why she did this. She doesn't know what she thinks we should do. The nail in the coffin is when she said, "You would really leave me if it's not your baby, would you?" She had the balls to ask me that. I told her of course I'm leaving her and I wouldn't raise another man's child. She seemed shocked. She said, "Really? With everything we have and all of our history, you wouldn't even consider it?" She can't be serious. I told her no, I would never consider it. She agreed to get a DNA test. She tearfully agreed, like I'm supposed to feel sorry for her about it. I don't know who this woman is. She was crying the whole time, but not tears of a shamed or sorry person. They were tears for herself and meant to try and make me feel bad. Feel bad for what? That her heart is apparently so torn. OP added some relevant comments below that one and said she ruined my life, but I just feel numb right now. I barely feel anything at the moment. It would have been bad enough for her to have an affair and cheat on me, but she couldn't have stopped when she found out she was pregnant. At least I could have walked away if it wasn't for this pregnancy. Maybe I still can, but I won't know for sure until I get some test results. She's almost positive the baby is mine. I'm stuck dealing with her forever then. My child will grow up with divorced parents. Then mum will be the gym bike. Maybe she'll even take off to live near her family and take my kid with her. Oh, but then she couldn't be near the guy who gives her butterflies and fucks her in gym changing rooms. The thrill, the excitement. How can I even blame her? She's ruined fatherhood for me, whether this is my kid or not. If by some chance this isn't my baby and I'm able to completely break free, how will I not think of this one day when I start a family? I was so fucking happy to have this baby with her. I was really excited, even though we hadn't planned for it right now. We have names picked out. I've been there for everything. Now she does this to me. Not only me, but this poor kid, regardless of who their father is. Opie says again, she's saying, "I'll never go back to the gym again. I'll never talk to him again." But she can't say whether she's in love with him or not. What kind of idiot does she think I am? Commenter replies saying she still thinks there is hope to save your relationship. Jesus Christ. Opie says, "Yeah, I believe she still thinks there's a chance I'll agree to raise another man's child with her. She doesn't take me seriously when I say there's no way I'd do that. She's dependent on me. She probably wouldn't leave me if I knocked somebody else up and wanted her to play mummy. I know that sounds terrible and it's nothing I'd ever do, but I feel she'd be mad and she'd go screw somebody else to get back at me, but she probably would be too scared to actually leave me. I don't feel the same way about her leaving. I'm sad to leave her. I don't want this to be our reality. I can't even say that I completely hate her yet, but I won't raise another man's child. If she feels so strongly about that guy and he's so wonderful, go get together with him then and leave everyone else alone." She was practically on her knees yesterday saying, "I won't go back to the gym. I won't ever contact him again." I feel like that doesn't really mesh with the fact that she doesn't even know if she's in love with him or not. She obviously still has very strong feelings for him, which are probably coming from more between her legs and her actual heart, but doesn't really matter either way to me. I think despite anything to do with him, she's dependent on me in a way. Stability, maybe. Just out of comfort, maybe. We've been together since she was 20 years old. So I'm just this familiar person, I guess. She has her gym friends out there, but other than that, she has no family or friends out here. She makes pretty good money, but I make more, and all of our benefits are through me. Even with a good salary, it'd be difficult to survive on her own as a single mum here with all of the daily living expenses, or at least live anywhere near the level she wants to live at. Another comment from OP which says today is the day she was crying all night about how she's ruined her life. She seemed genuine, like reality is hitting her, but I didn't pay any attention to her at all. I just pretended she wasn't there. I did ask her if she'd get blood drawn for a paternity test. I asked her to please not hurt me further by keeping me in limbo about that for months. She said she doesn't want to. Information on if OP got themselves a lawyer and if he ever met the affair partner. OP says, I'm meeting with a lawyer next week and we'll see what they advise. How can she parade me around when I've never been allowed to go to a gym? I've met two of the people, a slightly older married couple. Yes, I met the affair partner. Last summer, he called her because he was drunk at a bar and couldn't drive home, so he called her to come get him. I didn't think it was a good idea for her to go pick somebody up late at night, so I went with her. I want her out of the house, but I don't necessarily want her to fly back home from where she's from just yet. If this is my kid, and she gives birth out here, I'll be in a much better position. If she leaves and goes home to her parents, she could very well be allowed to stay there, and that would be considered the baby's place of residence. She's missed a few days of work, but she hasn't gone to work since all of this happened. She was having a meltdown this morning and I left for work. She told me she had to go in late today, and when she got there, everyone was making her food and tea and stuff. She obviously didn't tell them what really happened. OP adds info on how long the affair was happening and said she claims they've been sleeping together since the summer. That's just what she claims, of course. Yeah, and I'll be taking that claim with a pinch of salt because OP's been trickle-truthed through the majority of this story so far, which is really sad to see. But OP adds another update and says, my life has been reduced to a trashy daytime talk show. The woman who was once my wife, who I considered a classy woman, has turned into a complete trailer trash. Today she announced that she's moving in with her affair partner from the gym. She's pregnant, might be his kid, might be mine. She's too embarrassed to get blood drawn for a paternity test. She spent about a week trying to get my attention, to get me to talk to her, to get me to beg her to be mine. I didn't fall for any of it. I've largely been ignoring her, and when we have to speak I keep it very brief. We've been living together this whole time, but I'm in a different room now and functioning separate from her in all ways. So her pouting and trying to get me to pay attention to her and give her a gold star for not going to the gym for 5 days in a row didn't work. Today she texts me to say she's moving in with him. Somehow, I still care about this person. I've already met with my lawyer though. I can care about her as a human being and possible mother of my child without being married to her. Still, it stung to hear her say she was going to be with him. I told her it wasn't a smart move to leave the house. I've even told her she should probably meet with a lawyer. She doesn't care about anything I have to say. I don't think she needs to move in with anybody. I actually feel bad for her that she can't just be on her own. I asked her if he actually knew she was pregnant and wanted to know what story she'd been telling him this whole time. She said he knows and he doesn't care if it's my baby. He loves her and wants to be with her. Bizarre. You can't find anyone else. Somebody who isn't a married, pregnant woman. Why would you take that on? It doesn't make sense to me. He's scum, but he's good-looking scum who apparently is gainfully employed and owns his own home. So you can't tell me that my married pregnant wife is your only option here. I just can't imagine being a single guy like that and wanting to put up with this baggage when I could have other options. And if this is really my baby, I live with my wife and this weasel 50% of the time. I don't know how my life turned into this mess, and she thinks it's embarrassing to have to get blood drawn. OP's next update says, my wife moved in with her affair partner last weekend. She didn't take very much at all. Most of her stuff is in our house. I still get the feeling that she was just waiting for me to beg her to come home, but I didn't reach out to her at all after she left. It was a strange mixture of relief, anger, and sadness. I don't think I ate at all until last night. Just never felt hungry. Drank a little too much, but I'm fine. I'm posting this update because I've received a ton of messages from people, and honestly it's emotionally draining to respond to each one and have to type the same stuff out. I just don't feel like talking about her that much. So this morning, she texted me to say her affair partner wants to get a DNA test done, so she's going to do it. Look at that. Didn't matter when I wanted one, but now he has requested it, she suddenly thinks it's a great idea. She asked if I wanted to submit a sample because it'd be cheaper to have 2 dads tested as part of one package. I don't even care about the cost at this point, I just want an answer. I don't have to see or interact with them at all. I just have to make my own appointment with a lab to get my cheek swabbed. So this Saturday, I'm going to do that, and we should have the results within a week. I'll take what I can at this point because it's better than her dragging this out for another 20 weeks. So that's it, I'm fine. I'm going to work every day, trying to function. Just feel stuck in limbo. I miss her. Honestly, I hate that she's there with him. It makes me sick. Part of me does want to beg her to come home. It'd be even worse if I find out that's my baby and she's there with him, unless he drops her at that news. I won't let myself beg her. I wouldn't play any of those games with her. Opie adds a comment about the paternity test and said, at 11 this morning, I got the news that I'm the father. I feel incredibly conflicted right now. And people were suggesting that, maybe you should meet up and talk about the future and what that looks like for you and the child as well. Opie says we definitely need to talk, but I got the news in the middle of a workday, so I wasn't in the mood to have a full-blown conversation with her. I think I need to sort of wrap my head around the reality of it all before I say too much to her anyway. Next update. My wife has been having an affair with a guy she met at the gym for at least nearly a year. She's around 22 weeks pregnant right now. She was somewhere around 17 weeks when I discovered she was cheating. She maintained that she was positive I was the father, but then refused to get a paternity test done to ease my mind. We recently had a paternity test done, at the request of her affair partner, and it proves the baby is mine. It's been very mixed emotions for me, very up and down. Originally I thought I just wanted to be completely done with her and not have any lifelong ties in the form of a full-blown human being we shared. I was sort of happy or relieved when I got the results. I'd say I had it in my mind that I was going to be a father for months before I found out she was cheating. Sometimes I just have moments where I can't believe this is my life, that this is the situation that my kid will be born into, and I hate her for it. She's still living with him. All of her belongings are still here in our house. I refuse to do the work of packing everything up for her. She doesn't seem concerned about taking any of her things beyond the essentials. After we got news that I'm the baby's father, she texts me to say that she's glad I'm the father and that she knows I'll be a great dad. She was texting me new baby name ideas last night. She's tried calling, but I ignore the calls. I only speak with her via text. This morning she asked if she could come by and get a few things. I told her it was fine, and I've been advised by my lawyer to not prevent her entry from the home. But I told her that he better not be with her. So who shows up with her? The scumbag boyfriend. He walks right into the house behind her like it's no big deal. She ran upstairs to get the stuff she wanted, and he and I were just left standing there in the living room. He told me it wasn't her fault that he was there. She told him I didn't want to come, but he forced his way along. He wanted to talk to me, to tell me he understand how I must be feeling. No, you don't know. He told me he knows I probably don't believe him, but he genuinely loves her and knew he probably wasn't the father. He accepts it and then tried to assure me that he won't try to take my place with the baby and hopes we can just get along since we're both going to be in her life now. He promises that she's fine. He's looking after her. I told him that I couldn't for the life of me imagine what he wanted with a pregnant woman who's having another man's child, and I found it weird. And I told him if he didn't get out of my house, I'd punch him. I went upstairs and she was trying to find some things in the bathroom. I got mad and asked her why she brought him along, and told her I find it really strange that he still wants to be with her now, that he knows he has nothing to do with this baby, and that I refuse to let him have anything to do with my child. She said he talked her into coming and she's sorry and never meant for any of this to happen, but she's in love with him now. He is supposedly what 30-year-old her is looking for, not me. She's setting up a nursery in his house, and I can set one up at my house, and she has no intention of trying to get full custody or anything like that. She doesn't want to keep me from being involved in my child's life. How generous of her. She went back downstairs and I followed her, and he was still standing there in the living room, and I just walked up to him and punched him. He stumbled back and fell into a table. She yelled, "What the fuck?" and ran over to him. I don't even care at this point, and if he's going to call the cops, he deserved it, and it wouldn't have happened had he just left like I told him to. Several hours later, she texted me to say she was sorry about her day. He really meant what he said, and he's actually a good guy, and he cares about her and he respects me. What the fuck? He respects me. He was screwing my wife in the gym locker room. I was like, you can't be serious. She said, fine. I'm trying to have a mature conversation about this. I can't help that we fell in love. Believe it or not, I'm not trying to hurt you, and I want everything to be amicable. This guy stole my wife, and he's stealing my kid too. Sure, I'm the actual father, but now they're setting up a nursery together in his house. I've tried not to feel jealous or sad. I've tried to maintain the thought that he's the trash man who picked up my garbage. Sometimes I feel that way, but the truth is that I loved her and still love her. I don't want to stay married to her on principle alone, but this is devastating to me. And OP adds one more update and says, my wife is basically 26 weeks pregnant now. There actually hasn't been much drama with her and her affair partner. I was away for a long weekend last week and it was nice to just get away from home for a while. The only really annoying thing that's happened is that I'm being in the delivery room, not him. After everything she's done, she owes me that. It's not his baby. He has no right or reason to be there. I will not be the one waiting outside when my kid is being born. She said yeah, she agreed and never planned to have him in there with her. I asked her if she told him that and she said no. I told her to tell him that he'll have no part in it. Well, she told him and apparently he didn't like that and he started trying to convince her why he should be there. Next thing I know, she's telling me that he really wants to be there and she's the one giving birth, so she should be able to say who she wants there and she wants him there. I suppose you start making name suggestions soon and we'll try to overrule names we've picked out for our future kids for years. We've talked a little bit and she told me I can have our house and the dog in our divorce. I'm requesting that we sell the house and split the profit. I already had that written in the paperwork. I'm not buying her out of our house, a house that I've made all the payments on anyway. I have a much better credit score than her and less debt. I compromised a lot because she liked this house. I'd rather be able to get my own place based just on what I want with no reminders of her. And there was already no way she was getting the dog. I already had proof that I owned him though, so she wouldn't really stand a chance of having a court award the dog to her. It's the one thing I told my lawyer I wanted above everything else, not including any custody issues surrounding my actual human child. Honestly, her affair partner can have her, but he will never ever have my dog. Not to mention my dog is 100 times more loyal than my wife, and some might even say better looking too. So with the idea I won't be living here in the house for much longer after the baby is born, if everything moves quickly, I decided I will still prepare a nursery here anyway, in case anyone wants to try to accuse me of not being invested or prepared for fatherhood. I'm trying to look at the positives. It doesn't matter what colours she likes or what themes, I can do whatever I want. Honestly, we've been together for so long and have lived together most of our adult lives. It's sort of nice not living with somebody, but sort of lonely too. I have friends and family, but it's hard to feel in a good mood to go out or hang out with people too often. They always ask me about everything that's going on, and it's just like I'm tired of being the topic of conversation. I got a promotion at work, which financially would have been better had it happened after the divorce, but I'll take what I can get. I feel like I'm living in this limbo right now, and a lot of what I do is always framed around how will this affect me in the divorce. Admittedly, I spy on them on social media sometimes. Yes, I'm hoping to see he's been in a motorcycle accident or something now that the weather is nicer. Hasn't happened yet, but he's starting a new company, and once that's up and running, I can always get all my friends and family to leave 1-star reviews everywhere. I have to find ways to have a little fun. Sorry that I don't respond to a lot of messages or comments. Sometimes I just take big breaks from looking at Reddit since it can be depressing as fuck. Editing to add something I forgot. She told her family that we split up and that she's with this other guy now. Her sister reached out to me to say how sorry she was. Her sister is a dumbass, that sort of thing. She told me that my wife was complaining about her affair partner. She says the sex is over when he's done, and apparently he's really selfish with sex. He doesn't do extra things for her that she's used to me doing, like clearing the snow off her car in the morning and heating it up, or offering to make her food after a long day. He doesn't speak her love language, and he hangs out with his friends too much. This made me so happy to hear. She's secretly miserable. I find that absolutely delightful. As I was reading through those updates and, there was the chance and she was hoping to get back together with OP, it felt like she would have taken that option if she got it. And because, OP was so like, no, there's no chance we're getting back together. That's when she went back to the affair partner and decided to get with him like he's a second choice kind of thing. What an absolutely wild thing to go through though. It's just everything that's going on and the amount of time it takes, the weeks of pregnancy that we've seen in this one post, and every day OP's having to live that, think about the consequences of not just the pregnancy and their child coming into this world and what that's going to mean for OP, but also the affair and what he's been through with that situation as well, and also the divorce. And I know it's not the point, but all the little intricacies of that, like the paperwork that you got to deal with, the meetings, that's got to be absolutely draining. Like I said, I know it's not the main point. OP's been through an absolute ton by the sounds of it. But just thinking about the day-to-day life as well, it sounds really rough. But what do you guys make of this situation? And the affair partner turning up to his house and just walking in like that. It almost felt like he was enjoying that. I don't know. Something about that guy was just like, hold on a second here. But what do you guys make of this situation? Let me know your thoughts down in the comments below. Our next story comes from Pretend Payment 9905 and says, am I the arsehole here for saying I would not care if my partner cheated on me? Yesterday, we were hanging out with some friends and the topic came to cheating and relationships. When I was asked my opinion, I told him I would not really care if my girlfriend cheated on me. There is not a need to sulk over it. It's just a girlfriend and cheating proves the point that they are not the one. From my point of view, life is too short to get sad about these things. In the end, cheating is not even your fault. It's just cheaters trying to fill the emptiness inside of them or cover their insecurities through physical or emotional acts with other people. I clearly told them I would not even need to get over it. In one of my previous relationships, I was cheated on and they were caught during the act. I told them to have fun and just left. People were taken aback by my answer and asked if anything would change if it was wife instead of girlfriend. I said no, I would just divorce and we would go our separate ways. There is no need to prolong things and stay in a broken marriage. Some said if I would not try marriage counseling first. I answered no because there is no reason to. Marriage counseling should be done before the act of cheating instead of after it. If the cheating spouse has any problems, they should communicate them with the other partner and try to solve it. If they cannot, they should divorce, and cheating is never an option. Doing marriage counseling after infidelity is like a murderer going to the murder scene to revive the victim, but victim has to do most of the work to get revived. I do not care about closure at all. I do not care about the reason. People, and especially my girlfriend, seem shocked by my answers and ask me if I have any emotions at all. I do have emotions, it's just that I do not see it necessary to spend my emotional energy on something I have no fault on or that hurt me. Life is too short to be bothered by that. Girlfriend told me she does not see me in the same light anymore and thinks I do not value our relationship. She is not talking to me now. Am I the arsehole? So, a couple of people ask OP questions and OP replies given some relevant information. Rain Girl says not the arsehole. I have a question though. If you caught your girlfriend or wife cheating, would you be hurt? If someone you love leaves your life, there is usually a period of grief. Would you go through, or would you just be carefree and happy the very next day? OP says, I caught them during the act in one of my past relationships. I told them to have fun and just left the relationship. I moved on with my life as usual after that. There is no reason to get sad for cheating. It just means they're not the one for you. However, for one of my past relationships, I had to part ways with my ex-partner due to different life choices. I felt sad because the relationship ended and grieved. What matters for me is how it ended. If it's due to cheating or betrayal, I just do not see the need to get sad. Queen Doc says sad feelings are going to be sad until processed, and then said that's the point though. He never said he'd process the emotions and move on. He said he would just be like Kay and end it. The girlfriend is upset that he is saying he wouldn't grieve the end of something that, until that point, would have seemed to have been working okay. The lack of grief in the scenario he is presenting is what concerns the girlfriend, because if you don't grieve the loss of something, did you even love it to begin with? OP says I would be like Kay and end it if I were to be cheated on. Let's say we had parted ways due to different choices in life. I would cherish the memories of this relationship and grieve it for ending. However, if there is cheating involved, I just move on. There is no need to get sad for that. OP responds to someone saying about him not being emotionally invested into his girlfriend and not care about the facts of being cheated on. OP says, it is just not the romantic relationships. If my friend betrays me in an unforgivable manner, I take losses and end the relationships too. I can't empathize with people. I get sad when my friends feel down. I get sad when my loved ones get hurt. However, there is no need to get sad over something that you have zero fault. I love someone until they betray me. After that, there is no need to prolong the relationship. I work on getting back together with a cheater. On a final note, I strictly hold my values. I do not cheat, I do not betray, and I do not intentionally hurt people. So the first commenter on this one says, you're not the arsehole, I get what you were trying to say here. Then quotes OP and says, you're saying that if they're going to cheat, then they aren't the right person for you, and you realize that. Personally, I agree with you. I can't control my partner and I don't want to have to monitor my partner's every move. If I can't trust them, then they have no place in my life. If your girlfriend has no intention of cheating, then this is a moot issue. Don't understand why she'd be so upset. Butt Dragon says in reply to that, great name by the way, I think the reason she is upset is that he's implying he wouldn't care at all about the relationship ending. It's one thing to move on after being wronged. It's another to not miss your longtime partner or not be sad that the relationship is over. Lauder says I'm the exact same way. When my boyfriend decided to boink a co-worker and I only found out because of his efforts to hide it, I never even considered it cheating on me. He cheated himself out of a relationship with me. It was surgical, not because I am vindictive, because he became a liar. I would have stayed with him had he told me he developed feelings for her and wanted to explore those feelings, sexually or emotionally, but it was he who wanted us to be 100% committed to monogamy, equals he broke his own heart. Yes, people have called me cold, but I honestly cannot understand why people become destroyed over this stuff. Hurt, sad, disappointed, sure, but how anyone questions their worth when they find out that SO is not honest, faithful and considerate is unfathomable. Tasty Horsepace says, on one hand, this can be construed as a very mature headspace, the type that people typically do not arrive at until they've experienced some heavy stuff in life. On the other hand, this could be construed as you saying you have a role in your life you want filled, girlfriend, wife, friend, whatever, and the specific person filling that role isn't particularly relevant and can be swapped out easily. Your girlfriend thinks you meant the latter. And for me, I gotta be honest, that's a weird one for me. I'm trying to think from both sides and I keep like getting confused with my own feelings, to be quite honest. Like, I get where he's coming from, you know, if someone cheats on you, then fuck them. They're not worth it in your life. I totally get that, but to have zero feelings about it at all, like he said about that situation, he walked in and caught his girlfriend cheating on him, which is alright then, have fun, walked out and carried on with his life the next day. To have no feelings about that at all, I'm just like, how? Like I said, I get it, they cheated on you, but to not be hurt by that at all is just like, oh. I'm gonna be very interested to know how you feel about this one down in the comments. But OP did update their post and said, so my girlfriend broke up with me on the phone call this morning. She did not speak to me at all before. I tried to explain to her what I said would be applicable only in the case of cheating, and I value our relationship. I read most of the comments on the original post and tried to clarify everything that people pointed out. In the end, it did not work and I was blocked. Funny how I do not feel sad when the other party cheats on me and I can move on, but when it's a reason like that, I feel sad and hurt. I think that proved I feel like that only for cheating. Losing our relationship for something like that feels surreal. It is upsetting. I think it's best if I keep my ideas to myself in the future. Not sure I can do that though, given that I am very straightforward. Bad and good experiences in the past make up current us. This breakup will be one of the bad experiences that make the future me. However, I try to explain myself and mend the relationship. I believe it's best to move on and learn from it. Life goes on. Thank you for all the advice. And a top comment on that one said, they tried to shame you into being upset about being hypothetically cheated on, and then continues saying, I think they probably said something like, if you don't care if I have sex with your girlfriend right now, do you really like her yourself? OP says, I mean, if they do, they're not my girlfriend anymore. After that point, they're free to do what they want. Just wish them to have fun and move on. But now I'm going to turn this one to you guys. What do you guys make of this situation? Let me know your thoughts down in the comments below. And let's move on to another story. Now this one is from a throwaway account that's titled, My Girlfriend, 24 female, of 3 months never cuddles with me, 27 male, since she has always been a non-cuddler. And when we recently met on vacation, she slept on the spare bed in the hotel room to avoid sleeping with me. Alright, so here it goes. Sorry for the shit title, by the way. My girlfriend, let's call her Francesca, and I have been dating for an amazing 3 months so far, and she is absolutely amazing and caring and loving to me. She has only ever had one boyfriend before me, and she is my first post-high school girlfriend. It's only been a few months, and my girlfriend sadly always finds a reason not to cuddle, or even lay together for a long period of time when I try to. This really sucks because I've always been a huge cuddler, and I guess I've tried to overlook it when dating her, but it's hard. When I ask her if we can cuddle, it's always, I really don't like cuddles, they make me uncomfortable. When I ask why she feels this way, she always avoids the question. For my birthday, I asked her if she could try to cuddle with me, just once as a birthday gift, and she got really emotional and said it would make her really uncomfortable. So I felt bad and haven't asked her again. Honestly, if I ask her again, it's going to make her sad, and it makes me upset seeing her like that. I talked to my friends about this. She said that she might be scared that I tried to make a move on her. Sex, and I mentioned that early on in the relationship, since me and Francesca are both virgins, we decided that we want to wait for the right moment before having sex, which we both agreed should be at least 6 months in. I'm not sure what to do, and hopefully I'm not overreacting too much, but it bugs me not to be able to cuddle with my favorite girl. Sometimes she rejects holding hands too, which also sucks. She will hold my hand for a minute or so and then let go. I've talked about this with her too, and she said it makes her feel bad when I make her feel like she's not good enough because she doesn't cuddle and hold my hand. Since I've typed too much already, I'll keep the remainder of this short. Recently, she's been wanting to visit Hawaii for a long time, so I surprised her with a weekend vacation there. When we got to the hotel, she insisted on sleeping in the spare bed. She wasn't upset with me or anything and just decided she wanted to sleep alone. It hurt, but I shouldn't have expected much anyways considering the lack of cuddles. We've never slept with each other anyway since we live in different houses, so this was the first time I've ever attempted to sleep with her. Again, she is an awesome person who is loving in every way possible except cuddles. I have questioned my BO. I don't believe it's that considering she likes spending time with me otherwise. I never knew someone would hate cuddles, but she's the one and I'm not sure what to do. Thanks in advance, y'all. Now, I'm guessing there could be many issues behind this, there could be trauma, there could be sensory stuff going on, body image, all sorts of different paths that could be taken here. So I guess the only way for me, because, looking at the future of your relationship, are you going to be able to continue doing this at some point? I feel like for yourself, something needs to change. You're going to miss those cuddles at some point, which is going to lead to resentment. So I can only say from my perspective, as always, I'm not sure if it's the right one, the wrong one. It's just talking to her in a really non-judgmental way, dropping those barriers and just saying that I can see you're uncomfortable with cuddling. Is there a reason why? Would you be open to discussing it with me? If it's something really traumatic, she might not want to go down that path, which I think you need to be a bit patient with, but there wasn't many comments on that original post. So we'll go straight into Opie's update, which says, so I read a lot of the advice and decided that I was going to talk to her about a possible breakup. I know this makes me sound like a shit person, but honestly, I'm just a very touchy guy and express my affection by touching and being touched. Not being able to cuddle or hold hands or sleep next to my girlfriend was not going to work out for me and just felt like a constant tease you'd get from a long distance relationship, where you think about holding and cuddling your gal or guy and just don't end up doing it. Honestly, it was not going to work out. I brought my girlfriend to my house after telling her we had to chat. I started by telling her that I'm really sorry and like her very much, but I don't think things will work out with our different cuddling preferences. She started crying and said she didn't want me to be turned off by this, but she actually loves cuddling, but she has a sweating disorder. And when she cuddles, she gets super sweaty, like I'm talking hella sweaty. She said her ex-boyfriend dumped her because of her sweating, and she said that's why she didn't want to cuddle with me. She said the same thing happens when she holds hands and she gets super sweaty. She said she was afraid of cuddling with me would make me leave her like her ex in the past. I felt bad that I've been giving her so much shit about it, and it was like an insecurity she had, and I told her that I don't really care if she sweats on me, it's all good. She laughed and said, no, I actually sweat buckets. And I told her, can you sweat buckets on me? She thought about it and said, okay, but don't break up with me over it if I sweat too much, in a joking voice. She laid beside me and we cuddled, and it felt so fucking good to finally feel that with her. She actually managed to sweat so much that my shirt was pretty wet and the bedsheet was soaked, and I told her that I found it pretty cool. She said that she is so happy that someone appreciates cuddles and doesn't mind the sweating, and I was just so happy we were finally cuddling. I told her I didn't mind getting soaked cuddling and said, at least now we can have kisses in the rain in bed. And she couldn't stop laughing. She asked if we could hold hands in bed to show me how sweaty her hands get, and again, my hands were wet as hell, which I didn't mind. She said if you ever need to wash your hands and there's no sink available, just hold my hands, which was really cute. It's been an amazing day, and I'm really happy things worked out. I told her if she felt like things her ex said to her were hurting her and still making her feel insecure, she should really consider maybe seeing a therapist to help her feel more comfortable. She agreed and said that the fact that I like her sweating lifted a burden off her shoulders since she loves cuddles. Hopefully, all goes well. Crystal Shipping says, sweet story. Crystal missed the trick there, but I'm wondering if she's been to the doctor about this disorder. Opie says she has, but it's been said it's not really something that can be cured. She has Drysol, which is apparently this prescription deodorant for excessive sweating, but since she can't really use it on her entire body, she only puts it on her armpits. Blue Toots Magoo says, seconding another user here. I got Botox in my tummy and underarms for my wedding so I wouldn't look like a Care Bear in my dress. It lasted for almost a year and was heaven. Also, it was covered under medical. As soon as I'm no longer pregnant, I'm going back for more. It was a life changer. Opie says, I actually didn't know that. I should really tell her about it, but I don't know, man. I love it when she sweats on me. I'm sure she'd love to know though. Thanks. Now, I'm going to turn this one to you guys. What do you guys make of this situation? Let me know your thoughts down in the comments below. And let's move on to another story. Now, our next story comes from the Am I the Arsehole subreddit. Warning, it doesn't have an update as yet, but it's from Free Ride Am I the Arsehole saying, am I the arsehole for not letting my wife hijack a free vacation? One of my 39 male hobbies is entering raffles, sweepstakes, radio contests, etc. I've won tickets to concerts, sporting events, some household items, gift cards, but never a grand prize like a car or vacation. Until last month when I won a free trip for 4 people to Florida for 5 nights. Obviously, I was super excited and told my wife 38 female about it right away. After our initial excitement wore off and we both started talking about details, it became apparent we had conflicting ideas about this trip. Before I could even make suggestions about what I want this trip to be, my wife brought up how excited her 11-year-old daughter would be and how we would go to Disney, SeaWorld, etc. She then said that we can bring our mum with to help watch her daughter so that we could have some time to ourselves. She was so excited about it and was getting wrapped up in planning things without even hearing what I wanted. I told her that all of that sounds like fun, but I was thinking that we could invite another couple and have it be an adult-only trip instead of bringing my stepdaughter and mother-in-law with. She did not like my idea one bit and told me that she wouldn't feel right taking a free trip like that and leaving her daughter behind. She also said that her mum has never been to Florida and this would be a perfect opportunity for her to go there. We argued back and forth a little bit before deciding to take a break and come back to it before telling anyone about it. Well, that lasted about 24 hours before my wife let it slip to her daughter that I had won a trip. So of course, stepdaughter immediately got excited about it and started looking into all the things she wants to do. I asked my wife why she told her daughter and she said it was an accident, which, come on. It started a fight between us and emotions got a little high. I told her she was wrong to bring her daughter into this after we agreed to wait and that I never agreed to take stepdaughter or mother-in-law on this trip. I told her that I was the one who won the trip and she was acting like this was something specifically for her. She told me I was being selfish and that we should include those closest to us in something like this, especially when neither stepdaughter or mother-in-law have ever been to Florida. She said that bringing another couple and leaving her daughter home would be cruel, especially now she's so excited about it. I told her that her daughter is only excited about it because she decided to blab to her about it instead of waiting like we'd agreed. I told her if she wants to bring her daughter and mother-in-law, then she can also pick someone else to go with because I would rather stay home by myself and go on a vacation where I don't get to be involved in any decisions. I said that if she wants to go on that route, she certainly can, but I'm not paying for any of it. We have separate finances. Now she thinks I'm being a jerk and should be happy about having a free family trip. Edit, the trip is to Fort Myers, not Orlando. Finish again says, info. You talk about your wife and her daughter. Is that not your stepdaughter? Are you not married to your wife? This whole thing reads like you're not really part of your own family, and it's weird. Opie says yes, she is my stepdaughter, and I did refer to her that way in the post. Not sure why so many people are hung up on phrasing and using it to try and infer any deep meanings into our lives other than word choice. My stepdaughter and I get along fine and I love her, but that doesn't mean I want to spend this trip waiting in lines at Disney or Universal. The trip isn't even to Orlando, it's to Fort Myers, so getting to Disney will require a lot more work than my wife thinks it will. Owls and Cardinals says not the arsehole, while I see both sides of the coin. What it comes down to is that you won the trip. You should get to decide how it's used. I would certainly be bummed if my spouse won a trip and then wanted to take it without me. But that's not what's happening here. And I think your wife's insistence on controlling this and a judgment of you for not having the same vision for the trip are really unfair. You aren't a bad person or a bad stepfather for wanting to take an adult trip. Lots of couples do this. It's not cool of her to act like you're shitty just for having another idea. And I agree with you that it was especially out of line to tell her daughter, accidentally or not, about the trip because she knew that would make it harder on you. Really not cool. One other thing that really stands out to me is about how you initially only referred to your stepdaughter as your wife's daughter, repeated references to her daughter. I wonder if there's a dynamic in play where your wife worries your stepdaughter doesn't feel like she's part of the family, or if the girl worries about losing her mum, etc. It's a stretch based on what I'm seeing, admittedly. Just thought I'd plant the seed that if you think there is anything sticky in your blended family situation that this trip is surfacing, you should talk about that separately. Toxic Childhood says your wife is delusional if she thinks it's okay to bulldoze over your potential plans. If she wants to throw an adult tantrum over not getting her way, let her. Pick some friends to go with instead. If my husband won a trip that wasn't geared specifically towards families and children, my first question would be, who can watch our child when we are gone? Lol. This trip is a perfect opportunity for you and your wife to spend quality time together and make memories. Quality time is hard with kids in the mix. There'll be plenty of opportunities once stepdaughter gets older to take her with. This would definitely be a hill I was willing to die on. Kids and in-laws don't have to be involved in absolutely everything, and your wife told your stepdaughter hoping that you would cave. Fuck that noise. That's extremely manipulative. Not the arsehole. Now, what do you guys make of this situation? There was a lot of talk about, not taking the stepdaughter as well and maybe something going on in that area. But what do you guys make of this? Let me know your thoughts down in the comments below. Our next story comes from Kitchen General 8618 and says, am I the arsehole here for wanting a divorce because my husband insisted that my boobs were fake? I, 30 female, do have very large boobs. That's 38G to be specific. I've been with my husband, 33 male, for about 10 years. And while we have no children together, we are happy. Recently, he's been checking out my body more than before. I don't mean in a let me take you to bed kind of way. It's more of a what could you be hiding kind of way. Now, I am by no means skinny. I'm 5'5" and 180 pounds, nowhere near as good as I could be, but I really don't have any motivation. I don't care as long as I don't look like I haven't showered in months and choose to be like that. Now, I have a multitude of scars on my body, and my husband noticed. One is under my armpit, which I got from running up the stairs with my friend and scraping it against the corner of the railing in my old house. The second one, I'm not even sure where it came from. It's thin though, so I'd assume from my childhood cat, but it goes down my side about 4 inches and on my ribcage. My husband has been getting more into shows about spouses lying to their partners about things which I do enjoy watching myself. My husband randomly came up to me and started feeling up my boobs, which isn't out of the ordinary, but still random. I asked him what he was doing, and he said, "How could you lie to me like that?" I asked about what, and he said my boobs. I said my boobs are real, what are you talking about? He said no they're not, I have 2 scars by my boobs that clearly show I had a boob job. I told him that's not how it works and usually they cut under the boob for that. He said they cut on the side as well and that I'm a liar for not telling him. I told him I wasn't lying and that he was being weird. Cue an argument about them and I left with our cats to my friend's house, the exact friend I'd gotten hurt with. I explained what happened to her and she called my husband and yelled at him. His mother also yelled at him for that, but his dad is on his side. After I agreed to come back home, he said he'd forgive me if I'd just admit that they were fake. I told him that they weren't and that you'd seen me when I was skinny and could tell it was because of my weight gain. He brings up the time I had to go to my home state and stay for 6 months because of my grandmother who sadly passed away. My family does eat a lot of fattening foods, and when I left for home I was 125 and when I came back I was almost 150. Those eating habits transferred over to my home life and I never really got back into my healthy eating lifestyle. He continued to pester me about my boobs, so I told him I wanted a divorce, or separation at least. He backpedaled and begged me not to, but I'd made up my mind. He called me numerous times after I'd left for a week crying and begging me to come home. I told him no, and that if he couldn't leave it alone, I wouldn't come back. He started throwing insulting names at me, to which I just hung up. Now his friends and girl best friend are calling me an arsehole for wanting divorce over a simple issue. So, am I the arsehole here? In the comments, Medium Fudge says, "Oh, someone planted that seed in his thick skull." The blind Nia replies that saying, given his dad is on his side, I'd guess he's the source of the earworm, which also means he's been staring a lot. Spider says he's been with you for 10 years. Why is he now asking if they're fake? Adventures says, my great aunt knew me my entire life and then suddenly, in my 20s, decided I'd had lip fillers done. She insisted. Wouldn't believe anyone saying that these are the same lips I've had my entire life. In her defense, she was well in her 70s and her brain had started to be affected by Parkinson's. All the meds for it, I'm not really clear which, so I don't know what the husband's excuse is. Peppermint Valet quotes Seinfeld and says, by the way, they're real and they're spectacular. Magdover says simple issue. First he calls you a liar, then doubles down and refuses to listen to your friend and demands you apologize. This guy isn't worthy of your boobs. Not the arsehole. And a final comment from Big Bob C, who says not the arsehole, both because his behavior is disrespectful and because he's too dumb to deserve you. It's not a simple issue. He's literally calling you a liar about something you have no reason to lie about. Based on watching videos by dipshits who specialize in convincing gullible people to believe ridiculous things. The OP comes in with her update and says, I just want to say thank you for all the support and the messages in the comments, but the amount of people asking to see my boobs is, oh dearie me, is pretty concerning, along with the two asking to date me or wanting to take me out, but again, thank you for the offer, and to clear something up. When I posted this, I'd already been with my friend for 3 days. So it hasn't been that long, and I decided to go back home to really talk it out, since someone said someone may be saying something to him. I talked to him about it, and his answers constantly changed from no one made him think that to I'd seen something that said they're making implants that feel more real, which I've never seen anything saying they were, to finally telling me the truth, which was his co-workers were telling him. I asked him how he could think that knowing he's seen my body change, and he said he didn't know. He showed me the picture of us he showed his co-workers where I was wearing a waist trainer and a bodycon dress, whilst you could still tell I had some weight in my stomach, but still a lot in my boobs. I rolled my eyes as I set the picture down and stared at him. He eventually told me that his co-workers were telling him so much that they were fake, and when he mentioned my scars, it just caused him to believe it more. I said, do you believe your co-workers who you've known for 6 months and know how they act around women over your wife of 10 years? He eventually broke down crying, which was pretty uncomfortable, but then said he'd do anything to make me forgive him. I asked him why he would still think that about me after feeling them, and he said because he didn't want to admit he was wrong and have me hang it over his head. I will admit I've done that a few times, and he bleached his whole load by mistake because there were 2 white shirts in the load, and he thought adding bleach would be fine. And then another time he was messing with the cats after they'd healed from being neutered and was spraying them everywhere. Not a fun 6 months, and got sprayed in the face. I told him that I wanted him to find a new job in couples therapy like some of you have suggested. He agreed immediately and began drafting his 2 weeks notice. We both make enough and have saved to go without jobs for at least a month and a half since we have separate finances and a joint account for bills. We both make over 100k a year, with me in human resources and my husband working in medical, so he's working in medical. When my husband had an office party for one of those bosses' birthday, I wanted to talk to the co-workers who told him what they thought. When I saw them, I was personally not that shocked. They were decently in shape men, but still not as good as they could have been with beautiful wives who clearly had work done. Nothing crazy, just like filler and Botox. While my husband was giving his notice to his boss, not the ones whose birthday it was, I went to talk to them and their wives. Their wives were shocked at what their husbands had said about me and began to quietly chew them out about that, since I assumed they were the reason the wives got some work done. I could be wrong though, but still. My husband and I enjoyed the rest of the party and went home. The next day, my husband was pestering me to go into work. I'm able to work from home or in the building, so I agreed after some questioning and went in. When I came home, he was nowhere to be found, but the entire apartment was deep cleaned, like I'd been wanting to do. Lunch was made, and all the cat appliances like litter boxes, food and water bowls and cat stand had been deeply cleaned as well. After about 20 minutes of me looking around, my husband came back home. He was a little upset I'd come home earlier than he wanted since the carpet wasn't completely dry. He cleaned it with our rug cleaner like I'd wanted. He'd made my favourite food that my grandma had made since after the funeral. I'd inherited her cookbook and some money. My husband then gave me a few of my favourite flowers, which are hibiscus flowers, and a small handwritten note. He used to do it all the time in college, and when I did an exchange program in Brazil for fun. There was a full apology saying how sorry he was, that he should have known to distance himself from his co-workers and should have stopped them from talking about me in a bad light. I smiled and thanked him for the flowers and continued eating. After I finished, he'd cleaned the kitchen for me and took me upstairs and ran a bath and picked me out some comfy clothes for me and gave me a full body massage without it ending in sex. Later after that, he'd taken me out to dinner and paid for it all. He always does, but it's still good to mention. And when we got home, we did end up having sex, but it was more better than usual. All the focus on me instead of both of us. I didn't have to sort him out, and after I was completely satisfied the act was over, even if he didn't finish. After that, he cleaned me up and got me something to drink. I asked him why his aftercare was different than usual. It was usually a kiss and cuddling. He then said that he wanted to do more in order for me to forgive him. He then gave me an even longer apology, saying that even after all this, I didn't have to forgive him, and he knows he was being stupid for not admitting he was wrong and not backing down, but he'd do anything to get me not to divorce him, even if it meant being a stay-at-home husband. I laughed since he was usually the one wanting to be the breadwinner and wanting me to be a stay-at-home wife, which is why I work from home for the most part, so I can still have my own money. I told him that I do forgive him, and as long as he finds another job and we get therapy, it was fine. I wouldn't divorce or do separation. He continuously thanked me and said he thought I'd never forgive him. I said I thought I was being a little overdramatic when I said a divorce, but it's fine. I didn't mention my post on what to do, and we're happy again. Our therapy session is scheduled in the next few days, and we're bringing the cats back home soon. Thank you again to everyone who gave me advice and did say I was doing a little too much by wanting a divorce, and I hope you're all good. There are a couple of the top comments on this one. First one says, I'm cynical and see the whole thing as love bombing, but I genuinely hope the future goes well for you, OP. And one more comment which says, I'm glad he's taking accountability and admitting that he was in the wrong. The only thing I'm still thrown off about is the fact that he called you names and berated you when you mentioned a divorce. I really hope that doesn't become a habit and come into future arguments, because that can turn into verbal abuse. I'm glad you guys are doing okay right now though. But now I'm going to turn this one to you guys. What do you guys make of this situation? How would you deal with it if it was you? Let me know your thoughts down in the comments below, and let's move on to another story. Now, before we do get into this story, I do want to give you a couple of warnings just in case you want to skip it. Totally up to you. Always look after your mental health, super important. But this story does contain accusations of rape and sexual assault as well. As mentioned, if you do want to skip the story, timestamps are always down in the description and along the timeline below. Thank you. From throwaway, am I the asshole for punching my best friend's wife after she touched me inappropriately? Hey everyone, Lurker here. I've tried posting this from a different account, however it did not work, so I hope this works. I've 35 male, been with my beautiful wife 34 female for close to 10 years. We have no kids as of now. My wife's best friend, Amy, had been friends with my wife for about 15 years. All throughout college where I originally met my wife. Me and Amy haven't ever been the best of friends, however we've been cordial for the sake of my wife. I've always found her to be obnoxious, loud and entitled. The kind that inserts herself into any and every conversation, whether that be on a night out with friends or a private conversation. For example, myself and my best friend were talking about fertility issues in his marriage during a dinner with our longtime friends. We were quiet enough so that nobody could hear us over the chatter, yet she found a way to be nosy and make a comment about how she would kill herself if she couldn't do the one thing a woman was made to do. That pissed off my best friend, Max, and his wife to the point where they excused themselves and left early to go home. Now on to the actual situation at hand. Amy's boyfriend, Khalid, had left her due to her annoying personality. I think it was more of a build-up, but what set him off was when Amy purposely did not feed their dog while he was on a work trip because he was sleeping while she was drunk and calling him to collect her. That's only the tip of the iceberg. Amy has always been weird with me. She has constantly tried to DM me on Instagram, trying to make conversations about gossip in our friend group or completely random things. I've always ignored her. My wife has always seen past her strange behavior. She refused to believe her dearest best friend would have ill intentions. Anyway, after their breakup, Amy came over to our house to see my wife. My wife was feeling ill on this day, so she took pills to help her sleep and fell asleep in a matter of an hour. I could not ask Amy to leave in the state she was, so for my wife I suggested she sleep in the guest bedroom. She agreed and went to bed. I was in the kitchen cleaning up after dinner, and she waltzed into the kitchen with nothing but undergarments on. She acted shocked and claimed she didn't know I was still in the kitchen. I felt extremely uncomfortable and decided to call it a night. However, she started stripping and approaching me, telling me how my wife doesn't have to know and she's seen the way I've looked at her. I was completely baffled and told her she's got the wrong idea and to be ashamed to do this to her own best friend while I tried to scurry out of the kitchen. However, she practically leaped in front of me and touched my privates. Without a second thought, I hit her. I know I could have easily pushed her, but in the moment I panicked and punched her in the face. Her eye was left bruised. She started wailing enough that my wife woke up and stumbled into the kitchen to see her best friend naked and bruised. She then went on about how I tried to rape her, but I'm a disgusting human being and she should divorce me. I snapped back that she approached me, naked, and a rejection wasn't enough for her to back off, so I punched her, hence the bruise. My wife didn't say anything. Instead, she fainted and I immediately brought her to the hospital. My wife is now okay, but refuses to talk to me about what happened. On the other hand, Amy has now accused me of attempting to have sex with her in our friend group. The majority of people don't believe her, but there's a few who live by always believe a rape accusation. The other half told me I fucked up by punching her and fueling this anger. Amy has ruined my life. I'm afraid my wife will divorce me and this goes to court. I've already contemplated suicide many times. I don't know where to go from here. What do I do? Where do I go from here? Any advice is appreciated. Edit. I know this story sounds absurd and I wish it were fake, but it's not. The unnecessary details were brought in to paint an overall picture of her character. I guess it is worth mentioning my wife feels like she owes her life to Amy for getting her out of an abusive household when they were teenagers. They are practically like sisters. Amy was also not drunk. Edit 2. A few things I would like to clarify to avoid confusion. 1. Amy claims to have gone to the kitchen to get a glass of water not knowing I was still there. She then claims I took advantage of her. 2. This incident happened at approximately 3 AM. It is now 8 AM. 3. She came up with this story and posted it in our group chat right after she went back home. 4. The majority of our friend group have to get up really early for their responsibilities, hence how this misinformation has spread like wildfire. I've been getting individual DMs on advice and opinions, that's where I've concluded the majority are on my side. Some say I shouldn't have punched her and the rest believe her. 5. My wife has been up all night and refuses to talk to me. I've not tried to push her to talk to me. For now, she needs time to process it. OP's comment was the top comment on this post that said I'm contemplating on texting her ex, Khaled, who left her, and try asking him if she's done anything similar to his knowledge. He may be able to make my story more believable based on a factual pattern of behavior rather than word against word. Just not sure if it's a good idea. Miss Skynet replied to OP saying it might be a good idea to talk to a lawyer and find out what sort of evidence you would need to take her to court for defaming you. Perhaps get an action plan together with a lawyer who has experience in this before you go reaching out to people like her ex for help. If it takes an unexpected turn, you'll have an action plan and also somebody to advise you. You might be able to get her to publicly retract the story if she's faced with something like a lawsuit. Don't go easy because they're making you feel bad about punching her. She sexually assaulted you and now she is making very serious false accusations against you. This isn't schoolyard gossip kind of drama. This is somebody committing actual crimes. Next commenter says, I think when the dust settles, you'll be fine. The story she's telling has a lot of holes in it. She was drunk. She came over to your house and you offered to sleep it off in the guest bedroom. Subsequently, she got naked in the kitchen of her own volition. Even if she tries to claim you forced her to strip off her clothes, the only clothes in the kitchen were her undergarments. Why did she go into the kitchen in her underwear? First question a rational person would ask. You need to talk to your wife about it. The circumstantial evidence strongly indicates you weren't the aggressor here. She should believe you based on the facts you presented. I wouldn't feel bad for punching her. If she wants to put her hands on you, I think you have every right to knock her out if you choose. Goddess of Spite says not the arsehole is a perfectly normal response to being assaulted to smack them. She had it coming, but now you need to take this further. You need to contact the police and make a report. You also need to push your wife on this. If she's not instantly backing you, then she doubts you. If she doubts you, then you need to counter against you. This isn't a time for emotions, it's a time for facts. Now, as always, I'm not sure what the legalities are around this, if you can sue for her defaming you or whatever. But that is an absolutely terrifying situation. The very strong possibility of absolutely destroying your life at the same time. But OP did add a couple of updates. They said, first of all, I want to thank everyone for their support, input and advice, which I have used profusely in this situation. On the other hand, a lot of people thought this story was fake or some sort of gross fantasy. It is not. I'm still suffering the aftermath of what happened. I've not slept nor ate since. The people who proceeded to say I should have had sex with Amy or DM'd me calling me a sicko, I truly hope you find peace in your lives. And to the comments calling me an arsehole, which were interestingly mostly from men, I truly hope you treat the woman in your life with the same respect and equality they deserve. Now on to the update. A lot has happened in the past 9 hours. Someone made a suggestion to text Khaled, and so I did. Khaled was just as distraught as me and admitted that this was in fact not the first time she screamed rape. Just like some of you had suspected, she threatened to scream rape to use Khaled to stay in a relationship with her. He got out of it by installing cameras without her knowledge and contacting a lawyer in case she went through with their claims. This worked in my favor. He was very supportive and sympathetic. I confronted Amy with all the fallacies in her story and mentioned the existing evidence Khaled still had if she was interested in taking her claims to the court. She panicked and told me no. Apologized and said she wasn't in her right mind after the breakup. I got her to admit this in the group chat, as I am not interested in false rumors spreading about me in case someone was still unsure of the situation. She shortly left the group chat and has cut off contact with everyone. In other words, has become unreachable. I explained to my wife what had happened. She'd seen all the messages with a confession anyway. My wife told me she genuinely didn't know who to believe and was contemplating divorce in that moment. I was heartbroken. I told her I needed time to process everything that happened in the past 14 hours. I'll be sleeping in the guest bedroom tonight. I'm happy that she believes me now, but it doesn't sit well with me that it took an actual confession out of Amy for my wife to side with me. I've been with my wife for 10 years and would expect her to know me better than that. But at the same time, she didn't know Amy was capable of something like this in 15 years. My marriage has definitely taken a hit with this situation. Although I love my wife and have seen past every other time she has defended Amy, this situation is something I can't get over overnight. I thank you all for helping me navigate the situation. Edit. I'm very aware and understanding of my wife's situation. She feels indebted to Amy and there's definitely power play at hand. However, my wife has laughed off the incident and dismissed the fact of how traumatizing it was for me. She still refuses to see Amy as the villain and is blaming it on the emotional heartbreak of her breakup. The top comment on that one suggested to OP that, if you do stay together, that Amy needs to be completely cut out of both of your lives, to which OP said, yeah, for sure. So a couple of months later, OP comes in with another update and says, so it's been a bit over 2 months since this incident occurred. Needless to say, it's been a hectic 2 months. In short, my wife's best friend Amy forced herself onto me, I hit her and she accused me of sexual assault. Wife believed Amy until she was backed into a corner and confessed the truth. Wife didn't give much importance when it came to me and proceeded to laugh it off and call it a big misunderstanding. Now for the actual update. I tried to make it work. I really did. For 2 months, I tried to brush it off and dealt with wife still having frequent hangouts with Amy and telling me about them all excitedly, as if her own best friend didn't just try to have sex with me. However, the last straw was a few days ago where my wife was telling me how her and Amy are planning a trip to Greece for the summer holidays and how she can't wait to finally have a break from life's stresses. I simply said nothing and walked away from her. She followed me and asked me if everything was okay. I straight up told her how I can't believe she would dismiss the fact that Amy accused me of rape when in actual fact she forced herself onto me, and how when it came to Amy, she believed her and was willing to divorce me on the spot, but when it came to me, she brushes it off and continues to have girly hangouts with this very friend who tried to destroy our marriage. I blatantly told her that she doesn't care for me. My wife started bursting into tears and had the audacity to ask me, "At that again, why can't you just get over it?" I don't know why I thought she would have listened now. I had enough at that point and told her we're getting a divorce. Walked away and started to pack my suitcase as she tried her hardest to stop me, pulling my shirt, hitting me, throwing things, going from calling me names to begging me to stay. I walked out and am now staying at a hotel while her and her family blow up my phone. I don't know what to do. Update: my wife seems to have found this post and put the pieces together. I may have to terminate this account. Update 2: I'm not terminating this account. There's comments about my wife looking for quote unquote sugar daddies on her Reddit. This is absolutely bonkers and I'm heartbroken. Also planning on going home to make this divorce official. Update 3: I'm back home and I've kicked her out. Just told her if she doesn't leave, I'll call the authorities. I told her to contact me through my lawyer if she wants to speak again. Again, she's tried everything to stop me. Even tried to have sex with me. I did ask her about her supposed Reddit account and she denied everything, but I can't say I believe her. Some of you mentioned it was a setup or some sort of test from the start. This could be a possibility as my wife never wakes up that easily after taking sleeping pills, and it's likely she brushed it off due to the guilt. Still though, it was uncalled for, and her mentioning divorce over a rape accusation she knew was fake just makes it worse. Thank you for all your kindness and support. And OP's latest update said, "First of all, thank you for everyone's undeniable support. I really wouldn't have been here if it weren't for that. A lot of you have been asking me for an update, so here it goes. By now, my wife's kicked out and she's staying with Amy. Shocker. She threatened to make the divorce hard, but my lawyer stated there's only so much she can do to make it hard due to us having no children and no shared assets. My house was mine before we even married. Having said that, she surprisingly texted me the other day. I haven't blocked her for the sake of evidence, and she told me she doesn't want to make this divorce hard and she'll sign the papers and do whatever needs to be done. I did ask her why the sudden change, and here's the kicker. She told me she wanted to be free to spend her days with somebody she's been seeing, as said person has been insisting. I told her okay and hung up. She didn't specify who it was, but my heart did break all over again. How did she meet somebody so fast? That's highly unlikely, so she's definitely been having an affair. Even though our marriage is done, there's no hiding the fact that I loved her more than life itself and did everything in my power to keep her happy. I know I'm still young, but it feels as though my whole life is over. About the Reddit account claiming to be her, I'm certain it was either her or Amy. They knew far more details about my personal life than the regular person would. Either way, they were just fucking with me. I also had a friend reach out to me upon hearing about divorce proceedings. Let's call her Hannah. She stated that she believes my wife and has been seeing her husband Alex, and so has Amy. This just keeps getting more ridiculous, but at this point I don't even doubt there's more to it than I know. I told Hannah that she should stay alert and try to find as much evidence as she can. That's it for now. I'll definitely update in light of new information. Thank you all. You all have a special place in my heart. A lot of people suggesting, was this just a big setup because of the affair kind of thing? But what do you guys make of this situation? Let me know your thoughts down in the comments below. Our next story comes from Throwaway Happy Living and says, my ex-husband is insisting I change my last name back to my maiden name because his new fiance feels it will be awkward for her and I to have the same last name. Am I the arsehole here for refusing to change it? My 39 female, ex-husband 38 male, has been dating this woman for 3 years. For context, she is 24 years old. My ex and I were married for 12 years and have been divorced for 5 years. We have 3 kids together who are now teenagers. My ex and I got divorced because we were young when we met and got married, and we grew apart as people. It was a mutual decision and we agreed our kids came first and have always co-parented very well. This has been the case up until last year, when his girlfriend moved in with him. Previously, we would do holidays and kids' birthdays together. Now, when she is present, they won't even sit near me at our kids' sporting events. I've always been nice to this woman, despite my kids expressing they do not like her, and they feel their dad acts differently when she is around. My ex told me early on she wasn't a fan of me and felt I intimidated her. When I asked him for examples of how I intimidated her, he said it's my face, that I have a resting bitch face and it makes her uncomfortable. My ex and her got engaged over Christmas and my kids were less than thrilled, my daughter especially. She feels her dad made a major life decision without even talking to them about it first. My ex called me yesterday saying he's given me a heads up that I have a year to change my last name back to my maiden name, as his fiancée is expressing her distaste and concern for us having the same last name when they get married. I told him we agreed in our divorce that I could keep his last name until I felt the need to change it, and that is what I listed in our paperwork. I also told him I don't want to have a different last name than our kids. He said I'm being unreasonable and refusing to see how this would make his fiancée uncomfortable. I told him I can't see it from her side because I am a grown-up and not an immature child like she is. He told me I could ask anyone about the situation and everyone would agree with her. So, am I the arsehole here for refusing to change my last name to make her happy? Another mouse asks a question and says not the arsehole. Tell him that you'll only consider changing your last name back to your maiden name if you can change the kids' last names too. If he doesn't agree, he can sit on it and rotate. OP says, I did offer that as a solution and he completely lost it, saying he is their dad and they deserve to have his last name. Yet, when I said I wanted the same last name as our kids, he told me that wasn't a legitimate reason to not change it. Anonymous replies to that and says, lol, well, he's wrong on all counts. He needs to come to terms with the fact that this isn't his name, it's yours now too. I'm sure other people exist in the world with the same last name. He needs to get over it. Needween says, I'm sure other people exist in the world with the same last name. In my grade school in a town of maybe 5,000 people, there were 4 students and 1 teacher with the same last name. None of them were related in any way. There are over 500 people in America with my exact same maiden name. Yes, first, middle, and last. In fact, I've known only 2 people who have a unique name, as far as they're aware anyway, and they are both first-generation immigrants. I can almost guarantee that if OP's name is unique enough to be a problem/weird or whatever the fiancé thinks, for them both to share it, then the fiancé won't want it anyway because it's going to be different enough that nobody can pronounce or spell it. My word, some people just love to invite drama into their life, don't they? They're getting so butthurt about this that you're insisting someone else change their surname. This is simply a not the arsehole from me. You gave him an option, he can change his surname to match hers if he wants to. It's simply OP's decision to make, and I like that comment that says he can sit on it and rotate. But Nikita says, when my parents divorced and my dad demanded my mum change her last name back to her maiden name, and he told this to the judge. The judge laughed in his face and told him that's not his or her decision, it's my mum's. My mum told him that she didn't have his last name, she had my last name. The whole reason she wanted to keep it was to have the same last name as me. Not the arsehole. Stu says fuck him and don't be intimidated by him or his too young fiancé. Out of interest, the use or non-use of the married name in divorce proceedings, is that common? Divorced once myself and it never even got mentioned. OP says not sure if this is new or not. We agreed on everything in our divorce and we filled out the paperwork together. We hired an attorney just to make sure everything was filed correctly, and the attorney had asked about my intentions for changing my name, as he wanted to make sure it was documented correctly. My dog's mother says not the arsehole, it's not his name anymore, it's your name. If his fiancé doesn't want to have the same last name as you, that's fine. She doesn't have to take his name. Or they can change both of their names to Mr. and Mrs. Big Crybaby. But no, he does not have the right to force you to change your name. Your feelings don't matter less than hers, just because she's the new Mrs. Crybaby. And one final comment from Acceptable Garden, who says not the arsehole, but if he wants you to change your name, tell him all the kids have to have their last name changed to your maiden name before you will even start on the paperwork for you. If that is too much for him, which it surely will be, then ask him why it's okay for you to have a different last name than your kids but not for him. Stick to your guns. You sacrifice your name when making a family with him. If it was going to be a problem, then he should have taken your name. For what it's worth, it's the reason I didn't change my name when I got married. I refused to stop being me, and also just way too much paperwork. So OP did come in with her update and said several of you have asked for an update on my ex-husband giving me a year to change my last name back to my maiden name because his fiance was uncomfortable with her and I having the same last name. I want to know what, just jumping in once again. I want to know, he said he gave her a year. What was going to happen after that year? What was this ultimatum he was throwing out here? And OP continues, I tried to link the original post, but it is not allowing me to do so. And I'm not sure the best way to give an update, so I will try this. To clarify, the reason he gave me a year is because they are getting married sometime next year and wanted my name changed prior to their wedding. Anyway, my ex called me yesterday and said he'd done a lot of research on ex-wives keeping the ex-husband's last name after the divorce. He stated he didn't realize how common this is, especially when there are children from the marriage. He also said, this has been my last name for 17 years. My entire adult life has been with this last name, and I have built a career with it. He basically acknowledged that every reason I had to keep it was legitimate. He apologized for the way he initially approached me about changing my last name, and explained he is in a bad spot trying to make his fiancée happy. He also explained that she feels that by me keeping his last name must mean I'm still in love with him, and this is my secret way of assuring we end up together again someday. Oh dear. I am informed this was not, nor will it ever be the case. Yes, I cared deeply about him because I was married to him for 12 years and he is the father of my children, and I want him to be happy in life. However, I fell out of love with him many years ago, and that will not change. He said he informed his fiancée that he will not bring this up to me again, and if she didn't like it, the ball was in her court to decide if she wanted to continue their relationship. Thank you all for the feedback on my original post. I never expected this kind of response, and an overwhelming amount of comments and advice. And the top comment come from Red Rose on the update said, call me a cynic, but I can't help but wonder if him saying he did a lot of research is code for he found your Am I the Arsehole post and saw that the comments were overwhelmingly against him. So many of us on the original post called it that the request itself and timeline of the request were rooted in the fiancé's insecurity. Regardless, I'm glad for this outcome for you. Edit. And since people keep bringing it up, I can't reply to every comment because it's got more traction than I expected. It's been brought up repeatedly that OP's original post was shared and discussed at length on other social media such as Facebook, TikTok, as well as the Today Show. There was and is plenty of opportunity to see or hear about the post without being on Reddit. So not everyone is on Reddit, the world doesn't revolve around Reddit people, are kinda missing the point. Yes, not everyone is on Reddit, and no, I'm not overflating its importance. But plenty of Reddit content, including the original post, show up elsewhere, and plenty of people not on Reddit see it. I was reading about Reddit posts on Facebook years before I became a Redditor myself, but how far-reaching the original post was, it's not outside the realm of possibility that the ex saw it somewhere, or someone he knows did, possibly on Reddit, possibly not. And I agree with that comment. I've had plenty of people discover Reddit through these posts and become Redditors themselves. So there's every chance this guy has discovered this post through, I don't know, some other social media or maybe Reddit itself. And then, this research is him realizing people are calling him an arsehole for it. And I'm sure people are going to call out the age gap on this one as well. And the way she's acting towards the ex and, the children not liking her is kind of saying it all. And it's a worrying time for their relationships, I think. Because is this new fiance going to continue to escalate the way she's treating the relationships in the ex-husband's life and potentially poison them? Not literally, obviously. But what do you guys make of this situation? Let me know your thoughts down in the comments below, and let's move on to another story. And our next story comes from a throwaway account from the relationship advice subreddit and says, my female 24, husband male 36, has a whole other wife and child. Where do I go from here? This is a long and complicated story. I'm sorry if some things are confusing or don't make sense. I'm a mess right now. I'm trying to wrap my brain around everything also. I met my husband Jake, fake name, about 4 years ago on Tinder. Jake comes from a different country to where I am from. He was my type, and when we started talking, I was blown away by how charming and sweet he was. This version of Jake never went away. He's always been this amazingly charming and sweet person. He's the type of person that when you've finished having a conversation with him, you feel better about yourself. Just to give you some context, he and I fell in love quickly and got married fast also. He was very eager to start a family as it gave his citizenship in my country more legitimacy. By our second anniversary, we were married and I was pregnant with our son. Jake still works in his home country, and so every few months he flies back and stays there with his mother. Or so I thought. Completes the work required and then flies back. The rest of the work he can do at home. The last few years with Jake have genuinely been the most amazing years of my life, and this is why the last week feels like such a fever dream. This is hard to explain, but a person on Facebook messaged me last Tuesday claiming that Jake had been cheating on me and that they had proof. I genuinely didn't believe this person and at first just ignored them. But then curiosity got the better of me and I messaged back and asked what proof they had. They proceeded to send me a large collection of photos of Jake with another woman and 2 boys. I know these photos were relatively recent, as he dyed his hair blonde for the Barbie movie, at my request, and has kept it like that ever since. The person told me that the woman in the photo was his wife and the 2 boys were his sons. I obviously didn't want to believe it. I tried to find ways it was fake. Photoshop, AI, whatever, I don't even know. I think the person blocked me after that as their account just comes up as Facebook user, now when I look at the chats. When I got home I confronted Jake and he started crying and confessed that everything was true and that he had a wife and 2 sons who looked to be about 13 and 9. But I could be wrong, that's just my best guess. In his home country that he was still married to the woman. I asked him how he could do this to me, how he could have lied to me for so long. I told him I was going to expose him to the other wife, and he said not to bother because she already knows and supports him. I left and have been staying with my mother ever since. This has been the hardest week of my life, and some days I genuinely haven't wanted to get out of bed. Jake has been texting me saying that he will break things off with the other wife completely if that's what I wanted. And he texted me saying he thought I wouldn't mind, which genuinely made me sob into my pillow. I've never felt so low. Part of me, stupidly I know, wants to take him back. The years I had with him were the best I've ever had, but this betrayal is just... I don't even know how to explain the hurt I feel. Loop says he chose you because you were young and naive. He was charming and sweet because he was conning you. He had a plan the whole time. His wife is supporting him because he is bringing her and the kids over once he establishes residency. Edit. This is debatable as some commenters have pointed out, but either way, operating strictly off what has been presented here. If he has told his wife that and that was her actual response, that is likely to be the agreement that was forged, whether or not he actually honors it. He is a user and he's still using you now because he believes he has control over you. Do not go back to this person. What you knew is not reality, and he's counting on the illusion he created to be powerful enough for you to stay. You know what you need to do. You're understandably in shock, but please get your family and friends involved to support you. You did nothing wrong. Please consult a lawyer ASAP to see what your options are because, like others have said, fraud has been committed. Nunn says forget about their cheating. If this is true, you've been used to commit fraud. You should be getting an attorney and reporting him ASAP. He committed fraud to get a visa, and his wife back home is his partner in crime. And a final comment, because a lot of them are going down that path of, getting in contact with a lawyer, from Reddit user who says Reddit loves to jump to divorce him. It's always easier said than done. One thing I would encourage you to do is really sit back and think about how much manipulation had to occur for this to happen. How many phone calls was he hiding? How much money was coming out of your household to send to them? How many times did he lie about where he was or what he was doing? He didn't just cheat, he lied and lied and lied for years. So while I understand that you love him, you don't seem to really know him because I'm sure the husband you love isn't a liar or a cheater or someone who would do this to you. So who is the guy you were married to? Because it's not who you thought it was. And on top of that, he's going to abandon his wife of presumably 13 plus years and his 2 children to be with you. Do you feel like that's the sign of a woman who has good morals? I don't know, AP. I would encourage some really deep thinking. Your husband isn't your husband. You don't know him, and you're romanticizing who you thought he was. You know, on the back of that saying that he would divorce his other wife for OP, would he really, or would he just, hide this better until, he gets whatever he needs to get his family across? I don't know the full ins and outs of the legalities of all this, so I'm pretty ignorant about it. But OP did update their post and said, "Hi guys, first and foremost I would like to thank you all for the advice and support everyone has given me since I posted my original post 4 days ago. It's been over a week since I left to go stay at my mother's, and this time away from Jake has been so good and allowed me to see what was really important to me. Since I originally posted, Jake and I have been talking and he let me know he has broken things off with his other wife. Apparently it wasn't even a legal marriage thing. He explained to me that when he was a child, his parents and his wife's parents arranged for them to be married. This happened when he was 7 years old, by the way. But it wasn't a legal wedding, just like a ceremonial thing that links his family with hers. He said that he never actually loved her, but was required to marry her, or his father had to pay so much to his wife's family, as like a punishment, I guess. I felt really bad for him. I could tell he didn't want to be with her at all, was only doing it so his family were okay. The relationship isn't real on either side, which is what he was trying to tell me when he said his wife supports him. They're only married because they're required to be. I'm so relieved now he's explained everything to me. He told me he won't be contacting her again, but because of this, we will have to send a small amount of money to the wife's family for the foreseeable future, which of course is not ideal. But it's better than the alternative of him going over to be with her every few months. I wish he just told me the truth from the start, but don't worry, I've signed us up for couples therapy. I know this is not likely the results you guys expected or wanted. So many of you were so bloodthirsty for him without even understanding what he was going through. The thing that kind of concerns me now is what the relationship will be like between my son and his other half siblings. I think I would like to foster a relationship between them if I can. I'm just glad to be back with Jake. I love him so much." Well, that's not the way I expected the update to go, and I've got to be quite honest, it is pretty worrying. If, she's cool with him just abandoning his 2 sons. I just can't help but think she's just romanticizing this guy, like that last comment said. She's just romanticizing him, and I'm just kind of shocked that she's believing any word that comes out this dude's mouth. But commenter says, "I find this pretty unbelievable. Have you talked with his wife to confirm any of this?" Hope says, "Not per se, but I can tell usually when he's lying, and he wasn't this time. Oh dear." Commenter says, "Except for the whole double life thing, right? Apart from that, you read him like a book." Commenter says, "Info. Will you be paying into this money that is ostensibly going to the other wife's family? Or will he be paying it solely from his income?" Opie says, "I don't have an income at the moment, so it can't come from me." Commenter says, "Not a real marriage, yet there's half siblings." Opie says he had them before he even knew me. Commenter says, "Yeah, it'd have also been 10, 11 when the oldest was born. Does that not shout red flag to you?" Opie says, "What has that got to do with anything? He wasn't dating me then." Opie then edited before they deleted their account and says, "Okay, I'm out of here. You're all bigoted of other cultures and traditions. You know nothing of me and Jake, and the fact that so many of you have tried to say he's a groomer shows how sick some of your worldviews are. Get yourself sorted and get your acts together." And I don't know if it was just like the way the update was written, but it just seems like so casual that they had this conversation and, he broke things off with his other wife. Did OP actually confirm any of that? That it wasn't even a legal marriage? Did she confirm any of that, or is she just believing this dude? And was just like at the end of this discussion of him saying, "I'm gonna break them all off. I don't want nothing to do with my 2 sons anymore, but we have to send them a bit of money." OP was just like, "Cool, fine then, that's all right. But, it's a shame we have to send them that money." Just like a little bit of chit chat over coffee. I mean, what the fuck? Oh, dearie me. That's incredibly sad. But what do you guys make of this situation? Let me know your thoughts down in the comments below. Our next story comes from the throwaway account from the relationship advice subreddit and says, "My best friend proposed to me. I'm confused and mortified. Where can we go from here? Frankly, I'm still in shock that this happened, so this might be all over the place. Bear with me. All fake names, etc, etc. Jordan and I met in university 2 years ago. We both started at the same time, and because of our ages, we were both considered mature students. So we quickly became firm friends, and we shared a dorm and would joke around together about us being old enough to be considered mature in our early 20s. We weren't on the same course, but given we lived together, we'd hang out pretty much all the time whenever we didn't have a lecture. We joined a bunch of societies together, went drinking every weekend together, etc, etc. It was a pretty sweet gig because it meant we're at least never alone. Obviously, we made other friends, both alone and together, but we were always each other's number one at the end of the day. At the moment, we're on spring holidays for Easter, and while we haven't hung out constantly, we decided to make plans to visit each other's hometowns because we're from very starkly different places. Today, we went to mine. Mine is a big city central. This morning, we went there and we wandered down the streets, doing some sightseeing because he's never been. There's typically a lot of street sellers here, trying to sell you everything from hot dogs to fluffy Pokemon hats. I decided I wanted to get a caricature done. I've never had one and thought it would be funny to get and hang over my bed when we got back for term. I asked Jordan if he wanted to get in and he refused. No worries, so I sat down to get it done. It didn't take very long, 5 to 10-ish minutes. So I stayed, looked straight forward at the artist the entire time. He finished the caricature. I loved it, so I obviously turned to show it properly to Jordan. When I turn though, I literally don't even know what to say. He's down on one knee, holding up a ring box. I don't even know what he said, if he did the whole proposal speech thing because I was so confused. I was barely paying attention. Remember again, this is a super busy tourist city, so this has drawn a mini crowd now, coming over to cheer us on. I couldn't help but burst into laughter. To be honest, I thought this was some kind of odd prank type thing. We never have been prankster types or whatever, but I couldn't come up with a reasonable explanation. So I just laughed and laughed and laughed, until I looked at Jordan and he looked genuinely heartbroken. So obviously asked him if something along the lines of, "You're not being serious." This is the only thing I remember him saying. He shut the box, stood up and shrugged and said, "I guess not anymore," and walked off. This left me standing pretty awkwardly in this gathered crowd of people, a lot of who were giving me dirty looks, which made me incredibly uncomfortable. The plan was to meet back up at the hotel, that we had booked rooms next door to one another. I figured that's where he's going and head back that way, but he's not there. So I wait and he still doesn't return. I text him out of concern. This was at 1:15 PM. It's currently 6:20 PM as I'm writing this, just asking if he's okay. He responds with a long message back, which I would post, but it's an odd read, but I won't have respect for his privacy. In which he basically accuses me of leading him on, asking why I didn't break up with him sooner, saying I had publicly humiliated him and that he thought I loved him the same way, and that he felt our relationship was strong enough to consider taking to the next step. Now, this is completely out of left field. I literally have got no idea where in the world he's got this idea from. The closest we've ever physically been is a hug, hello, and goodbye. I've never even jokingly flirted with him. For exactly this reason. I've had too many friendships collapse because they can't tell the difference between serious, interesting, and joking banter in friendships. So I've been extra careful to not. We've never kissed, never been on a date, never had sex. I don't find him physically attractive, and I wouldn't want to be in a relationship with him. I don't understand where on earth he's got the idea that we are. This isn't something he's ever brought up before this, and I'm genuinely bewildered. He hasn't returned to the hotel yet. I periodically knock to check, and I've been listening out for him, walking up the hallway or anything. Nothing. I haven't responded to his long paragraph because honestly, I don't know how to. I'm just so stunned and taken aback that I genuinely had no idea where to go from here or what to do. I haven't told anyone I know in person yet, mostly because I don't want to bring this up to people who know Jordan. So here I am turning to strangers on Reddit instead. What in the world do I do? Now, obviously, I'm not trying to diagnose or anything like that, but it did have me question about how mentally well is this guy at the moment, because there seems to be no kind of like anything more than friendship there, but he decided to propose to you in public out of the blue like that. There was nothing more ever than a friendly hug, so from that to proposing is just like a wild jump for me. But Low Engineering says, I have a close male friend. We went to a Christmas fair together one year. We were not holding hands or linking arms. The stall owner began talking to my male friend about the jewelry the store sold and how they'd make great engagement rings for you two. I thought my friend was going to die of sheer shock and horror. The speed at which he set this man straight was hilarious. Your friend appears to genuinely believe you're a couple. I concur with those saying to try and contact his family. I understand it might seem dramatic, but it may be wise to contact the police. You're not reporting him missing per se, but you are telling them you have concerns. Note, I'm not American. I'm aware the cop suggestion could be a terrible idea in some states. Another commenter says, wow, this is the biggest misread I've ever heard of. I don't think your friendship will recover from this, at least for now. The best you can do is make it clear that you don't feel the same way at all. But yeah, this is a friendship killer. Casey the Ace quotes that comment and says, well, you're in for a treat, and shares another post with a big misread in it, which I think we're going to cover for the second story. Five Night Rental says, if and when he returns, I would only meet to discuss this in a public area. It doesn't sound like he's taking it well, and his perception of reality seems to be questionable. Be careful. Americana Rama says, this kinda happened to me. Like, not to the point of proposal, but I live with a male roommate who was already a close friend of mine for several years. When I was moving out, he confronted me and basically said he thought we should continue our relationship and get married and get a pet, and I need to break my new lease and stay with him, among many other really unhinged things. It was absolutely out of character, and like you, we were friends for years, and there was never any indication that we were anything else, and I dated while we lived together. Long story short, he was having a mental break and eventually got psych help. We reconnected like a year later, and he explained this and that he basically had a psychotic break and why. It's been like 7 years now, and we're still good friends to this day, lol. He's stable now and has a long-term girlfriend, and we're good friends as well. I would seriously recommend you alert someone to his mental state and not re-engage until he is back to reality, if or when that happens. ETA, I don't want to sound like I'm minimizing this. You need to be away from him. Wouldn't really recommend going to his hotel room, etc. If you have to meet, do it in public, regardless of if it's a mental health related or if he's gaslighting and manipulating you on purpose. He's not stable, so don't be around him. Either your presence will continue to add to his delusion, or you risk your safety, or both. So OP did update their post and said Jordan did in fact not come back to the hotel. I stayed up until 1 AM before falling asleep and he didn't return. When I woke up the next day, the hotel staff let me know he had checked himself out at about 6 AM. I did end up responding to his big long text. I took everyone's advice and told him that I was sorry it didn't go as he expected, but that I wasn't sure where he'd got the impression that we were together. I said I'd be happy to sit and have a discussion about it so we could all make sure we're on the same page. He was not happy about this at all, and he again went off with a bunch of the same type of thing he said in the first message. It didn't really seem to be going through his head at all. Even in these new texts, he kept referring to all of this as me breaking up with him, despite me explicitly telling him we are not and never have. Again, all his messages were very clear and coherent, even if what he was saying was not based in reality at all. He wasn't sending paragraphs, just sentences in really quick succession, which was blowing my phone up. He told me he didn't want to meet up with me to talk because I had ripped out his heart and crushed it in public. I did ask him for specific instances he could recall between us that made him think we were dating, but he completely ignored the question and just kept going on and on about how hurt he was that I was breaking up with him and how he felt his world was ending. He said he loved me more than anything and had felt so confident that I had too, which is why he felt so certain about proposing to move our relationship along. Eventually, to be honest, I grew pretty tired of the conversation and stopped responding, because it was just going around and around in circles. Me asking where he got this idea, him ignoring this and telling me how hurt he is I'm breaking up with him over this, etc. He went on and on saying he thought it would be a ring I like because it was my favorite gem, ruby instead of diamond. It's got me wondering how much he actually spent on this damn thing. I didn't look very clearly at the ring, so I couldn't tell if it was something super expensive or not, and that he had been working up the courage to do so for a while and figured doing it when I was home would make it more special. For a while, he was just talking to himself in my text because I wasn't responding anymore. When I checked back about 20 minutes later, I had something like 60 messages from him. Granted, they were all one sentences. At the very end, he apologized and told me that it didn't matter anyway because I wouldn't see him around anymore. Obviously, I was concerned, so I asked for clarification. He said that he was going to drop out of university and go back home because he couldn't deal with the shame. That's where our conversation ended. I didn't really know what to respond to that. As it stands now, I don't really know where Jordan is. I didn't ask him, which is my bad. I'm not sure if and when we will talk again. I'm sorry that this is quite a boring update. Unfortunately, I can't excite everyone and then he turned up at my door and then he sent me flowers or whatever. It feels a lot is unanswered. I still don't know where he got the idea from. He hasn't explained that. So I'm sorry I can't give everyone that answer. I haven't reached out to his family yet. I did consider it, but if he's not having a mental health crisis, I don't really want to involve them unnecessarily. Update 2. So adding on, a lot of people said I should ask our mutual friends if he's ever brought this up before, ever suggested we were dating, etc. All of the people I've asked, granted it was only 5, said they've not got a clue and he's never mentioned it before now. I don't know then if this is something that he's newly started thinking, if it's been something long term, etc. Either way, in addition, I've also screenshotted all of his texts just in case. Reading back on them, not with a slightly confused mindset. They read pretty manic. Still haven't heard back from his mum just yet. Hey, I'm not dead. I'm back at my parents' house at the moment and I'll be staying here until school picks back up in a bit instead of travelling around. It's nice to be home anyways. There was a couple of comments which OP responded to. So Fenkik says, I understand not wanting to involve family, but as you are close and in college, surely there are other friends and people who know you both you could reach out to and ask. You don't even have to go into specifics. Just be like, hey, did you think that Jordan and I were dating? Have you heard Jordan refer to us dating? Get a sense of whether this is something ongoing and he's just a regular weirdo, or if this is something concerning that should be brought up with family or mental health professionals at your school. OP says, we do share some mutual friends. I haven't really considered reaching out to them, but I'll definitely think about doing so. I feel like someone would have told me if he had been saying that to them though, but obviously I'm not certain. I haven't told anyone in real life about it, not even my parents. Just been keeping under the near total anonymity of Reddit, but I can definitely see why it may be important to do this. Ella says, I would recommend telling your parents just in case anything else were to happen. And Canada OG says, yes, you need to tell a few people for sure. I'd tell my mum, and I wouldn't trust that he doesn't just show back up on campus. I'd have a system in place with my mum that if I don't message twice a day, this is the dorm mum's number to call so someone checks on me. I understand you don't want to think the worst of him, but if he's not answering your questions, he's still not thinking logically. You need to also talk to a mutual friend so they're on the lookout for you as well. You need confirmation from someone that knows both of you that either A, they didn't know you were in a relationship, or B, thought you were in a relationship, or C, Jordan did mention things once in a while but they brushed them off because you are clearly not dating. And all I can really do at the end of this is wish that OP stays as safe as possible. It sounds like a pretty scary situation to be in at the moment. I personally felt like it was some kind of mental issue at the same time as well, because it just seems like so mad about the jump to the proposal, etc., and the way he's acting afterwards. And, you know, I hope he does discover some help, his family gets in touch with him, and because the alternative is quite worrying. But now I'm going to turn this one to you guys. What do you guys make of this situation? Let me know your thoughts down in the comments below. And we're going to jump to a similar story which was mentioned in the comments of that story we just read. Apparently it's a bit of a wild one, confusing one all at the same time, so let's get involved and find out. This is from Mr. Molewall, who says, my 35 male girlfriend 35 female tells her co-workers that we are cousins. My girlfriend and I have been together for 6 years. She keeps hinting at wanting to get married and talking about what her wedding will be like someday. I've decided to take the hint. I bought an engagement ring a week ago and I'm planning to pop the question sometime soon. Well, over the weekend she had a work function. This was the first time she invited me along. I'm not super outgoing, but I was kind of looking forward to meeting all these co-workers she talks about so much. For some reason, every time we talked to someone, she introduced me as her cousin. I thought it was a joke at first, but she kept at it the whole day. When we were driving home, I asked her what was that all about, and she said she didn't want people to have the wrong impression. When I asked her what she meant, she said she didn't want to talk about it anymore and I shouldn't be so upset. She then switched the conversation to her favorite TV show. Why would she introduce me as her cousin? Should I insist on her telling me why she did that before I propose? Now for me, I think the obvious thing I should probably say is it sounds like she was trying to hide you from her co-workers, call you a cousin because there's someone that she's possibly dating or likes at her workplace. But why would she do that and tell you not to question it? Of course you're going to question that. And I certainly wouldn't be proposing on the back of that either. But Sunbreaker says they probably know her boyfriend already. She most likely been cheating on you for a while and they've had multiple encounters with her boyfriend, so by them not getting the wrong idea means not knowing the truth. So, sorry my dude, I believe you're getting played. Iffy Biz says, that my friend is what's called total disrespect. It may not seem like a big thing, but pack her stuff and kick her out. There's only a few reasons why she had done that and none of them are good. 1, she's embarrassed by you. 2, she said terrible things about her boyfriend, you, and don't want them coming back to you. 3, she's been seeing a co-worker and everyone there knows it. All of them, in my opinion, are deal breakers. At minimum, bring back the ring and tell her you did and why. And one more comment which just says, there is no legitimate reason your girlfriend of 6 years will refer to you as her cousin. I'm more surprised that you could stand that over and over while she did that thing without saying. What the fuck are you talking about? Like, if you guys get married, what's she gonna tell them if they're invited to the wedding? That she married her cousin? Come on. So OP does update the post and says, there was a lot of good feedback to my question, although some of it was fairly mean. I decided to give her a call and be very blunt with her. I asked her if she was cheating, and she seemed very confused. When I pressed, she got angry and told me she's always been faithful to her boyfriend. Now it was my turn to be confused, and I asked her who her boyfriend was. Long story short, she's been dating another guy for the past year. She's been hoping he would propose, hence all the wedding talk. Apparently she's never thought of me as a boyfriend. I misread that badly. She kept alternating between very apologetic, saying, I'm so sorry if I gave you the wrong impression. How could you have possibly thought we were together? Well, sir, I feel pretty stupid right now. But on the bright side, I'm glad I found out now before proposing. Now that would have been awkward. I just got done signing up for a new Match.com account this evening, and I'm going to be returning the ring I bought, hoping for a better day tomorrow. Edit for clarification, because some of you were asking. No, we were not having sex. I'm asexual and don't really like sex. OP also left a comment below that which said, we would say love you, but looking back now it is more of a friendly thing, kind of like I love you guys. We would hang out a lot and share a lot of our feelings. We sometimes would go to a movie together or grab dinner with just the two of us, but oftentimes we did things together as a group. One time that sticks out is she organized a double date. Looking back now, I realized that I was actually supposed to be on a date with the other girl, while she was with her boyfriend. That explains a lot now, like why the other girl kept brushing up against me and stuff, and why she seemed really sullen at the end of the double date. Man, I'm such an idiot. What? What the hell? It just left me with so many questions. I'm like, well, why did she still call him cousin at the work do? Why not just a friend? Or also 6 years? This has been going on for 6 years. Bloody hell. I'm just going to turn this one to you guys. My wordy word. What do you guys make of this situation, or both of them really? Let us know your thoughts down in the comments below. Our next story comes from my husband's ex-wife was furious. My stepdaughter called me mum. Okay, so I, 34 female, married the man of my dreams last month, 44 male. and he has a 16-year-old daughter from his prior marriage. I've been in her life and she's been in mine for 4 years, and I've done my best to be there for her as a friend and trustworthy adult, and she's a really, really great kid. I felt closer to her than I did any of my sisters, and I could see she looked up to me and trusted me. One more important thing, she's on the autism spectrum. I swear that's relevant. My husband and I went on our honeymoon for 2 weeks, and then we came back on Friday, and my stepdaughter came up to me and asked if we could talk. And she told me that no one has ever been considerate, as I was learning how to make foods in the exact way she liked them, or as patient with her poor emotional regulation. Her words, I think she's doing great. And she told me overall I was her favourite person in life. So she asked if it was okay to call me Mum. This really caught me off guard, and I stopped for a moment to process it. And she got embarrassed and told me she was sorry and it was stupid. But I told her it wasn't stupid because I would love that. She got super excited and hugged me, and it was lovely. I was telling my husband about it later, and it suddenly sunk in that I'd become somebody's mum. I just stopped and I told him, I'm someone's mum. And he asked me if I felt like I was in the delivery room. Lol. I laughed at that, but I got so emotionally overwhelmed I started crying. This morning she came downstairs and she said, "Hey mum," to me. And it's going to take some getting used to, but holy shit, that was a great feeling. I still don't believe I've earned the titles, but I'll be damned if I'm not going to try my damn best. So it seems last month I got a husband and a daughter too. Pretty good deal if you ask me. And this part is just incredibly sweet, isn't it? I mean, we know from the title it's going to go downhill at some point, but you clearly hold a very special place in her heart. The way that, she says that you make food in a certain way for her, you're patient with her, you just get her. And she has that trust in you to be able to help her with whatever she needs, and what a mum does. But OP comes in with the next update and says, so I recently made a post talking about how my stepdaughter asked to call me mum, and made me really happy. My husband has 2 children from his previous marriage, a 16-year-old autistic daughter and a 26-year-old daughter. When they divorced, his ex-wife advocated for custody of the older daughter. Sounds like it was because she was more independent and less work, and he got the youngest one. As a result, his younger daughter always felt kind of unloved by her mum and doesn't go too far out of her way to talk to her. So the older daughter finally got a job in her field that she's going to be fighting for a few years, and she wanted to have a dinner with her family. She seems like a nice girl from the times I've interacted with her, but her mum seems passive-aggressive and unkind. We all got to the restaurant and sat down, and it was pretty nice and civil. I was sitting next to my stepdaughter, and she was a little overwhelmed because she hadn't been to a restaurant before and didn't know what to order. So we were looking at the menu, and I pointed out a type of pasta that looked similar to something we make at home that she likes. She said, "Thanks, Mum." I guess she said it loud enough that her biological mum heard, because she literally stopped everything and asked, "What did you just say?" My husband and I tried to defuse the situation, but she was very agitated by it and actually asked why she did it. Their older daughter stepped in and asked if she could tell her mum about a new job, and that got her to move on finally. My stepdaughter didn't say much for the rest of the evening, but on the way home she tried to apologize for ruining the evening, which we told her she didn't. Then, if this wasn't bad enough, both she and my husband received a 4-paragraph long message talking about how disrespectful, egregious it was that she called another woman mum, and how she was very disturbed by it. My husband is just in disbelief and feels horrible for our daughter. He went to talk to her and she didn't say much, but she clearly thinks this is all her fault. If anything, it's my fault for not discussing how she should refer to me at the dinner with my husband, and then discussing it with her beforehand. I just fucking hate that this woman is upsetting her so much, and I see why my husband divorced her. Thank you for reading. And in the comments, Adventurous Travel says, that poor girl. If her mum acted like a mum, then it wouldn't have happened. Her actions or lack of consequences. I'm not sure if she has a therapist, but it might help explain things in a way she gets and from a professional. The biggest thing I would be worried about now is if her mum keeps sending things to her or making her feel guilty about more things. Opie says she does have a therapist who she meets with weekly. I'm sure my husband's ex-wife is going to come up tomorrow. Edit, remove the unkind word I called his ex-wife. No need to sink to her level. Square Owl says, my autistic son called my best friend mum also. It really annoys me how people get bent out of shape over this, instead of feeling blessed for their child that people love them. The more love and support kids have in their life, the better. Remarkable says, info, does the ex spend time with her autistic daughter at all? If not, I'm not sure why she'd be surprised. Opie says, she sees her on holidays and family gatherings, that's really it. Apparently a mother is entitled to that respect just for existing. And one more comment from Accomplished Emu who says, you're allowed to be touched by her calling you mum, and your husband's ex is allowed to be upset, but she's not allowed to upset the daughter she gave up for feeling like you are her mum. Please make sure she is reassured as much as possible that she is not at fault in any way. The OP comes in with another update and says, last week I made a post about how my husband and my autistic 16-year-old stepdaughter went to dinner with his ex-wife and their oldest daughter, 26, to celebrate her getting a job she's been chasing her whole adult life. Then my stepdaughter called me mum. At one point, ex-wife got pissed and stopped the whole table to make a point. And the rest of the evening wasn't great. And then when we got home, both my husband and stepdaughter got a big text message from her talking about how disrespectful that was. So the day after the incident, my stepdaughter came over to me and told me her older sister texted her and asked if she could read the text out loud. I just nodded and said definitely, but on the inside my eyes rolled to the back of my head like, Jesus Christ, here we go. However, her sister sent her a very, very lovely and thoughtful message saying she felt bad about what happened the night before and was sorry the two of them haven't been talking much lately, and asked if she wanted to try to be sisters again. Then she asked what movies she's seen lately, and movies is her special interest, so that meant a lot she asked. Not gonna lie, I was caught off guard by her sincerity and kindness. It was very, very sweet. Then later that day I got a text message from her older sister, whom I'm assuming got my number from younger stepdaughter, and said she wanted to get to know me better, since I am legally her stepmom now, and I'm the woman her baby sister is calling mum. So she definitely wanted to try to know each other. She also mentioned that she didn't get to celebrate her sister's 16th birthday with her and felt that was a really big deal, and asked if the three of us could get dinner and see a movie. Tonight, the three of us went out and saw a movie and got dinner by ourselves. My younger stepdaughter picked the movie and she loved it, but my older stepdaughter and I didn't get it, but all that matters is that she liked it. Then we sat down and had dinner together and had a very, very nice time. Then on the way out, my younger stepdaughter asked if she could run into the store next to the restaurant to buy something really quick, in and out, so we said alright. While she was in the store, my older stepdaughter told me she wanted me to know she misjudged me, watching the two of us interact both at dinner the other night and tonight, me going through the menu with her to find something she likes, me advocating for her when their mother got upset, and how she clearly feels comfortable talking around her, and that she completely understands why I'm now mum to her. All in all, a pretty great night. After I got home, I saw she sent me a text related something we talked about. So looks like we're going to be talking now. Still got some stuff to work out with her biological mum, but we'll take this as a victory. Anyway, yeah, I just figured I'd share something positive since there's a lot of negativity on Reddit and with my current situation, so I figured I'd share a positive update. Oh, that is a lovely post. I'm glad it didn't go the way that I thought it was going to go in the end, and them stepdaughters both sound like absolutely lovely people. And I hope that relationship with the other stepdaughter builds up over time as well. A little part of me felt like she was reaching out because she's seen how supportive you are to her. Maybe you could offer the same for that daughter at the same time. It might not be the case, just a little part of me thought maybe she's looking for that as well. But now I'm going to turn this one to you guys. What do you guys make of this situation? Can you see anything further happening down the road? Or do you think it'll all be good? Let us know your thoughts down in the comments below, and let's move on to another story. And our next story comes from the Am I the Arsehole Here subreddit from oddtry3520, who says, Am I the arsehole here for not letting my neighbors use my yard? Neighbors, 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 yay. I, female 26, recently bought a house with my husband. Our house is a beachfront house with an amazing yard. The backyard is designed to basically look like a hidden oasis. It has a pool, hot tub, water fountains on the side, and a small slide all surrounded by trees and other plants. The trees give us privacy from both houses next to us, but still gives us a view of the beach. The backyard is why we bought the home, and we already spent the majority of our time being back there. Even when my husband works. The entire backside of the house is mostly grass, so it's also what we see when we're in the house. It is definitely the focal point of our home. Yesterday we started the construction on a new fence. This fence goes around the backyard with a gate only to the beach. So you either have to go through the house to go through the beach to get to our backyard. We didn't think anything of it before, but I got a knock on my door this morning from someone who lives in the condos across the street from us. I've seen her a few times, but we never really talked. She introduced herself and then asked what we were building in our yard. I just told her we wanted to put up a fence before tourists start coming. This was recommended to us by our realtor. Marie kinda looked shocked and asked if we were putting a gate on the front or anything. I said no, and that we already had a landscaper come and look to get more plants put around it. She then asked me if I could put a gate on the front. I didn't really understand this, so I asked her to clarify when she explained that the previous owners would let people from the condo walk through their yard to get to the beach, because otherwise they'd have to walk 5 minutes down the street to get on the beach, where there are a lot of tourists. Our street leads to a private beach, so there isn't many people. She said that mostly everyone in the condo started doing this over the past few years, especially people with kids, or even just letting their kids go to the beach alone. She also said they would let people use their pool if they text and asked. I immediately told her no one would be in my yard unless I knew them. She obviously got upset by this and then said that basically everyone in the condos would be upset by this. I told her that I understand why they would want to use my yard and that it's just a pass through, but I hate the idea of being in my backyard and having random people walk through. She started getting mad at me for it and saying that I'm ruining a lot of people's way of life by blocking off this path. She claimed that a lot of people let their kids during the summer go to the beach through this way, and a lot of kids can't walk to the popular spots. The beach is kind of quiet where we are. I did get annoyed and told her that I don't really care, and I will not let people in my yard. She tried bringing up the pool, but I just told her that I wasn't going to talk about it anymore. This was yesterday afternoon, and I've already seen people standing outside the condos and pointing to my house. I even had someone run over to talk to me and ask if I was really gating off the beach path. I've talked to both my neighbors who agree with me, but my friend and sister are both saying I'm in the wrong. So, am I the arsehole? Bloody previous owners, they've always got a lot to answer for in these stories, and it's like always the pool, isn't it? The previous owners let us use the pool, so why can't we still do that? It's like, well, because they don't own it no more. You bloody Burke. And we're not talking like they have no access to the beach at all. It's 5-minute walk. I totally don't blame Opie at all for this situation. I wouldn't want to be in my backyard, just chilling, relaxing, doing a bit of barbecue, and then just have Jeff from the street come wandering through. That's a big hell no from me, but Slightly Sane says, put up cameras all around the fence and yard because condo owners are going to not respect your fence, or worse, damage property fencing. Try to climb the fence, especially since condo people consider you have stolen something from them. I'd also talk to an attorney about options if condo people retaliate. High resolution cameras with recording. It really wasn't very nice of previous owners to warn you that this would be a problem. Beryl says this screams massive liability and lawsuits if you do not fence it off. If anyone gets injured on your property, or if a child was to get into the pool and something happened or they drown, you would be liable. Their entitlement is not your responsibility or liability. Tell them that your insurance forbids them cutting through your yard or borrowing your pool. The audacity. Mrs. Water Buffalo says, oh my god no, install a locked gate. Send a lawyer letter to the condo board of directors stating under no circumstances is your private property to be an access point in any circumstances. It's for everyone's safety and insurance. They will be trespassed. I would not want anyone to sue. What if someone is hurt on your property or drowned in your hot tub? What if a child was lost? Someone attacked? The scenarios are alarming. Protect yourself, and a 5-minute walk is not the end of the world. It's not your responsibility to ensure access for the public. Confirm this is your personal legal access. It's irresponsible. What would your insurance company say? And there was just loads of comments talking about, the pool and insurance and the potential for accidents to happen, especially with children wandering through with pools. But OP does update their post and says, I just wanted to start by thanking everyone for their suggestions. I did want to cover a few things. I do have a fence around my pool area. This is just to protect my yard. Secondly, we have indoor and outdoor cameras all around our house. Some are visible and some are hidden. We do already have a sign up that says we are recording. The fence will also be finished by tomorrow afternoon, so it shouldn't be too long for us to have it up. I also have called our local police and they said they did not have a right to use private property to access the beach, so everything is clear for me to move forward. The previous owners had the house for 10 years and only let people use it for the past 3 years, so it's not long enough for any legal action to force me to give up my yard, per our lawyer. I called my realtor this morning and the owners called me after she talked to them and said a lot about the situation. They told me that they only use the house as a vacation home, and so they did let people cross during the summer, but when they were there, they put up a sign telling people to not use the path. They said that they didn't let people do it at first, but when they weren't home, people did it anyway. They also allowed certain people to use their pool only when they were in it themselves. It was never a free-for-all pool, and they even put the cover on it before leaving. The previous owners did also say that it was smart to put up a fence and recommended calling the condo manager. When I did call the condo manager, they asked if we could find a middle ground because they know that a lot of residents use my yard and kinda made it sound like they told residents they could use this path. My neighbour thinks that they used it as a selling point because there were times where they would point towards our house, specifically while people were looking at condos. Either way, my husband is having our lawyer send the condo a letter stating that no residents are allowed in our yard for any reason so that we have legal writing with them. So basically people have used our yard in the past, but my husband and I aren't allowing it. I get them using it if we had it as a vacation home, but we are living in it year round, so. A lot of my neighbours who also live in the houses have messaged me and said that they're really happy I'm cutting off the path. So I feel like it's the right move. I've already put up no trespassing and no beach access signs and had permanent ones for the front of our yard and on the fences. I'm also putting up a privacy fence in the front and adding trees right in front of it so it's harder for people to jump it. We're also connecting our gate right to our neighbours so that there isn't a spot on the side that they can try and squeeze through. Either way, I'm going to cut off the path and I don't care if they hate me for it. Thank you to everyone for your suggestions. Ooh-wee, I wonder if the condo people did say to them like, you know, if you move here, then, you know, you've got your own little private access to the beach. I wonder if they did use it as a selling point, and I wonder if they can get in trouble from people who rent from them. And I just want to read one comment because, like, I'm childish. You know I'm childish by now if you've been here long enough. But Metal Sandwiches says, tell the condo manager that they can find the middle ground up their asshole. Oh, I love it when people are sassy like that. And I do love me a bit of neighbor drama. So if you have your own little neighbor drama, you know, potential updates with it as well, you know, you can tell the story and then, you know, add the updates of what happened afterwards in your own little format. Don't forget on the subreddit r/Mark Narrations, would love to hear it. Our next story comes from Cut Off Family Throwaway and says, am I the arsehole here for forcing my fiance into cutting off his late wife's family? Am I the asshole for forcing my fiance into cutting off his late wife's family? I, 25 female, am getting married to my fiance, 29 male, in May. When we first got together, he told me he was married from 20 to 22 years old to his high school sweetheart. We met when he was 25, but she passed from sepsis from a botched surgery. He didn't cope well and stayed in contact with her family, namely father and 2 sisters, 19 and 24. It was a soft spot for me for a while at the beginning because there was so much history they had, and it was tough knowing that she was all around him. I never told him and decided to work through it on my own, especially with the fact that he would often spend time with her family during our relationship. Her birthday, their anniversary, and anniversary of her death. He'd spend the day with her family. It was uncomfortable at first knowing the man I loved was reminiscing about the love he had with someone else. But I kept trying to see it from his perspective, and the last couple of years I'm completely secure in our relationship and it doesn't bother me much anymore. Well, he proposed this time last year and I was over the moon. I love this man with all my heart, but I recently learned that he never told him that we got engaged. I've been trying local coffee shops the past few months rather than my usual run and tried a new one. His late wife's sister worked there, and other than being awkward, she did a double take of my engagement ring and looked really unhappy. I didn't mention it and left. My fiance told me that she kept messaging him on social media about it, and I wasn't happy that he kept it a secret. He apologized and was very depleted by it all. He said that he didn't want to hide me, but he didn't want to hurt them either, and that both of us were a huge part of his life. I understand that and let him off the hook slightly. Just told him to be upfront with them from now on. That was that. At least, I thought so. A week ago on Sunday, I got a message from the 24-year-old asking if I was happy with myself, that I would never replace his late wife, and that if she was still alive, he'd choose her over me every time. She even said that only kept me around for money and something to stick his dick in. I ignored it, but I can't say that it didn't affect me. When you're in my position, all these points are ones you have to work through, and it's not easy to get over those insecurities. It feels like a knock in the teeth when they're used against you. I mentioned it to him and he comforted me and reassured me. He said he'd set boundaries with her and I'd never have to hear from her again. Fine by me. That was until I found my car with whore and grave robber smeared in red paint. I'd saved for this car for a year and it was expensive, very expensive. The tires were slashed and the windows cracked. I asked the store a few doors down for their CCTV camera footage of that night, but it was blurry and didn't catch much. It did manage to catch half a license plate though, and the color and make of the car. It was his late wife's youngest sister's car. I told him I was filing a police report, and he asked me to hold off until he talked to them first. I told him no, but I would if they paid for the damages and apologized to my face. He set up the meeting for last night, and it didn't go well to say the least. Everyone was shouting. The sisters told me they, yes both of them, had nothing to be sorry for and that I should leave their family alone, including my fiance in their family. He told him that it wasn't fair to him to be lonely forever, and that he hoped they'd be supportive of him finding love again. They told him he was betraying late wife and that he never loved her if he'd marry someone else. They didn't have a problem with him having a new girlfriend because he'd realize she was the only one for him and get tired of me. Now that hadn't happened, they were putting their foot down. The youngest told him to tell me that they were right and that he'd never love anyone like late wife. My fiance broke down at the table. I picked him up and made us leave. I told him I'd be filing a report and suing for damages, and the next time they saw us would be in court. When we got back and calmed down, I gave him an ultimatum. Either he cuts contact or we'll call off the wedding and go our separate ways. I wasn't going to live my life with this harassment and someday subject my children to their bullying. He said they would never bully a child, but I shot him down and said he didn't expect any of this either. He called their father, who was fairly chill about it all, but still defending his daughters. They say I shouldn't control him and that I'm horrible for cutting them off. I don't know what to do. I can't live like this, and I don't think I should have to just because we're getting married. Usually when I come into situations, I say ultimatums are never usually a good idea, but you're left with very little in this situation. I wouldn't want to be around that family either. And if I was in OP's position, what they did, what they are doing is unacceptable. They may be grieving, they may be going through a lot of stuff, but their behavior is unacceptable. And they clearly have an unhealthy attachment here. They're expecting fiance to never get married again, to never move on, to never find love. And that's his future if he continues to hang around with them. So in summary, I can't blame you for the way that you are feeling. Caspian says, not the arsehole. What they did is completely unacceptable, and I'm glad you're standing your ground and filing the police report. Look into a restraining order as well, since you must still have all the proof of the messages and such. As for your fiance, I understand why he kept in touch with them, but he messed up big time by not telling them he's moved on and loves someone else. He's hid you from them, which is stupid, as what did he expect? He needs to grow a backbone and put them in their place. Hot Rod Homebody says, I just can't get past the fact that they think he should be single forever. And 3 years after their sister passed away, they have this kind of vitriol for his next potential life partner. Not exactly honoring their sister's memory, that's for sure. Violent criminal psychos. Not the arsehole OP, and I'm sorry about that horrific shit show and personal attacks. No Gain 4575 says, in my African language, the term used for widow is translated literally as wife of a grave. I don't know what he envisions life to look like, even 3 years down the line. Is he supposed to marry one of the sisters, or is he supposed to stay married to the grave? It looks like those are the 2 options they are giving him. These used to be the options given to widows. Marry a brother to hubby, stay a widow, or marry outside the family but leave the man's kids behind. I hope you understand me. If he is to marry you, he has to leave all things pertaining to late wife behind. You can't be with a man who does not stand up for you. Unless he does something very impressive in the next 24 hours, I think this relationship has reached its end. Sorry. No shame, no accountability. Nonsense. File the police report. You don't deserve to lose your expensive car. Sue them. Virtual choir boy says not the arsehole. File the police report. Give back the ring. If they're willing to be so unapologetically mean to your face, then suing for damages and getting them in trouble with the police will only be the first step. The drama between them and your part-time partner will never stop, and as long as you're in a relationship with him, you'll be dragged in too. And I say part-time partner because he's just as busy defending them as he is defending you. Even when faced with absolutely horrendous behavior towards you, he still tried to defend a relationship with them. To me, that says he's still either putting them first or he's so conflict avoidant that you will never truly be first for him. You'll be asked time and time again to be nice or keep the peace, while having to endure abuse after abuse after abuse. So file the police report and give back the ring. And one more comment, which was a reply to that one from Comfortable18520, who says totally agree. This is great advice, OP. There's far too much baggage coming with this guy to make a relationship feasible or safe. These people sound unhinged, to be honest, and he's too caught up with them to deal with their behavior. You are young and got a whole life ahead of you. Don't take the tickets he's offering for this crazy train. It's never going to be a pleasant journey for you. The OP gives their first update and says, hey everyone, just a mini update to clear some things up before I have a discussion with my fiance, either later today or tomorrow about my ultimatum. I didn't sleep at all yesterday or the night before for obvious reasons. There's a ding on my phone at least once an hour from them saying one thing or another, mainly the 19-year-old. And I don't know what they've told people, but I've got a message from one of their uncles and grandparents calling me horrible stuff too. So obviously they've been spreading what's happened this week and twisting it. I haven't blocked them because I want to gain as much evidence as I can for the inevitable case. Regardless of any outcome with my fiance, I will be suing and filing a criminal case for harassment and vandalism and looking for a restraining order. I just haven't had the mental fortitude to do so yet. I'm hoping my fiance will help me. I haven't spoken to my fiance since the argument at the table, other than to tell him they go or I do. It was my choice to give him a couple of days space to come to terms with everything, and I will contact him when I'm ready. All of this from the first message till now has been a week. There's a huge weight to contemplate leaving people you've known for 15 years and who you grew up with. He did set hard boundaries with a sister from the coffee shop as I've seen the messages. He said, paraphrasing, you have no right talking to OP at all if this is how you're going to behave. She doesn't deserve this and you've gone too far. Why are you being like this? And she responded with more name calling and back and forth. He ended by saying not to message me again and to make sure everyone else does the same. I was happy with that. At this point, only one person in that family had an issue, to my knowledge, so it was silly to have him cut off all of them. It may not be enough for some, but it was enough for me to feel safe and comfortable. For those saying he needs therapy and counseling, he's already getting it. He's been getting it since before we even started dating after an incident at work. I don't know about any of their family though. The first time I had a conversation with any of them was that night. Some people are wondering what late wife died of, and it was a botched weight loss surgery where she died of sepsis. People were wondering if he was somehow the reason behind the surgery, hence the family's insane reaction. But he was not in the slightest. He likes bigger women and wouldn't pressure something like that onto her, speaking from experience. I also want to clear up not calling the police about the car thing. It was entirely my idea to not file charges in exchange for a face-to-face apology and damage payment. He only wanted me to wait so that he could talk to her to see if she regretted it, and then have her father pay the damages. At the time, we thought it was just the 19-year-old that smashed up my car, not both daughters. Neither of us wanted to ruin her life. When I found out it was both of them, it was full steam ahead. Thank you for all your messages, and hopefully I'll have a positive update for you tomorrow. Edit. I chose for him to take this space apart. It's not him being indecisive. I said to take time and that I'd reach out, that his decision is thought out. It's for me. I don't want to be chosen only to be 3 kids down the line and stuck in resentment-filled marriage. It's for me. Please understand that. We have another update in a moment, but the top comments on that one says, "Not the arsehole. I'm very sorry for what is happening to you. But I would also like you to analyze what would happen if the harassment stops, but he does not move away from his ex-wife's family. You already know how they feel about you. They're not going to stop telling him about it, poisoning his mind on every visit." Opie says that's the subject I will be broaching in our discussion. Moving house, definitely, and moving away, potentially. FL Mum says you're only 25, there are many more and safer fish in the sea. Opie says, but I want this fish, and until now, I could handle the drama that this fish had. I've now reached a limit and set a standard that I'll be sticking to. Miss Murderpants says, I wonder if one of the sisters wanted your fiancé for themselves, hence the extreme reactions. Opie says, so many people have said so, and I honestly feel quite sick. I gotta be honest, it did cross my mind, but I was a bit worried I've read too many stories as usual. So Opie updates the post again and says, well, what a wild morning I've had. My fiancé came over bright and early this morning and I've never been so damn tired. You may want to take a seat because this will be long. Sorry in advance. First of all, I want to set the record straight here. A lot of people are coming for my fiancé over not cutting them off from the get-go, which I don't think is fair. He's a very mild-mannered, calm and calculating person, and that's who I always knew he was. Nothing has changed. If he had been Rocky Balboa and flipped the cafe table shouting obscenities, he would not have been the man I fell in love with. He did exactly what I expected him to do, and exactly what I was comfortable with. You may be attracted to other things in men and expect other things, and that's awesome. But not me. Update. I texted him saying I thought it was time to discuss this, and he was back at home not half an hour later. He'd been staying with a friend the couple of nights we had no contact. We sat on our bed to talk because my back is sore from all the packing and I wasn't going to force myself to sit at the table. Before we even got to talking, he asked if we could cuddle for a minute. It definitely took some of the weight off me and we're able to talk like a couple, not awkward strangers, because regardless of some people's beliefs, we do love each other and it took me a very long time to feel confident in that fact. Before anyone calls me a doormat again, no, I was still sure I would stick to my ultimatum. The first thing I asked was if he felt he had enough time to make his decision, and he said he didn't need time. He was very shocked and bewildered at how much could change in just a week, and how everything he knew was shook up, that he couldn't think and went numb. He did apologize that he didn't take a more defensive stance at the cafe, and he doesn't want to make excuses for it. An explanation was that he genuinely didn't expect such a vitriolic response. He hid the engagement because he knew they weren't over late wife's death and would be upset at the news. It wasn't like I would feel upset by them not knowing, which I wasn't really. He's known these girls since before they were in double digits, and he would never have thought them capable of it. It came so far out of left field that he froze. I asked him if there was any possibility that either of them had a thing for him, and he looked very confused and disturbed. I said how I've had people tell me it's not uncommon for siblings to do this after loss, and he thought on it. Turns out you were right. He said the 24-year-old, about 8 months after late wife's death, made a move and tried to kiss him. He immediately left and told her mother about it. Mother and father are divorced now, but weren't then. She was a minor at the time and messaged him saying she would be 18 soon, so it wasn't a big deal. Her mother made her see the school counselor and didn't allow her to be alone with him for a while. It was years ago, so he had forgotten that it even happened. He said he was sure that wasn't the case now because it had been so long, but I'm not so convinced. Not that it matters anymore. He opened up his Facebook and gave it to me to read. 24-year-old had been messaging him, which he ignored. She ranged from telling him off to crying and saying how betrayed the family was to try and manipulate him against me. He said he was sure that he needed to put them behind him and had been thinking it on and off since he proposed, but couldn't bring himself to do it. After this week, the fire was lit and he knew what he had to do. It was just all abstract until suddenly it was very real. He asked me how I've been coping and I told him. I felt like I've done everything right, but somehow things turned out worse than if I'd been the jealous type and stopped their contact at the beginning. I tried to be understanding and put so much effort to be secure in myself and our relationship, only for everything I worked on to be thrown in my face like I was a mistress that was cheating with him. He didn't blink the entire time and just listened. He said he should have been more observant and realized I was struggling with this so that he could help me, but I've always been the strong one, so he neglected to, and he'll do better. As I've said in a few comments now, his parents had him in their late 40s and are retired. He hates to involve them in negativity, but I was stunned when he said he'd been talking to them about this since the first Facebook message. They were very understanding, but his father took a tough love approach. He said the best quote I think I've ever heard: "Get your act together before the jig is up." They offered to come stay for a while and help us move. I don't think that's necessary, but I really appreciated the thought. On the subject of moving, I made it clear that I would not be living in this house any longer than I had to, and he completely agreed. His parents offered to find us a place in their state if we wanted to have more of a support network, and I'm honestly considering it after all this. They're only a state away from my own family, so we'd be a lot better off. His job is remote, and I should be able to find work there easily enough. I've been in contact with a friend who's a mechanic, and they've quoted me between 1 to 2K for the damages, but that's an at-cost estimate as a discount. A few people have said to get a real statement and to shop around. The real cost is between 4 to 5K, and that's just for the noticeable damage. My friend thinks they've done something to the engine, so thank God I couldn't drive it anywhere. He thinks I may be entitled to a replacement car altogether. If so, I'll be sure to sue for it, and that's not going to be cheap. After all the emotional things that were discussed, he mentioned when I would be comfortable enough to go to the police. I made clear he was okay with that, or I'd go on my own. He said the surest I've ever seen him, that this was what needed to be done, and he wasn't going to let them continue. He'd done enough to try and shield them, but he wasn't going to let it come at my expense. I'm currently in the bath, frothing in bath bombs, and will be going to the station as soon as I'm done. He's downstairs right now printing out the new quotes from the mechanics and the messages 24-year-olds sent him the past couple of days so we can go prepared. People have said that nothing will come of it, and you may be right, but I have to try, hoping my local police don't have anything better to do. It's a small town. To finish, I made a point of asking again if he would cut them off or I had to go. He didn't miss a beat and said they're no longer going to be a part of his life, even if I decided to leave. He did ask for one last meeting to say goodbye to her parents and to put a close on that part of his life, and to explain to the girls that this is not my fault but his decision after seeing how cruel they were capable of being. After that, we will block them on everything and move forward. I was completely fine with that. So there we have it. Writing all this out and being able to talk to people about everything has been both helpful and a good distraction from the dumpster fire that was my life, and everything worked out as well as I could have hoped. We'll see how this meeting goes with them. I'm sure they wouldn't be very happy about it, but that's not my problem. Thank you all, and I'll update after they've met up. Now, I don't know if it's right or wrong, but to me, I don't think meeting up with them is a good idea, especially everything in the past. I don't think he's going to get this closure as a goodbye. It's just going to ignite the fire again. Well, that's what I believe anyway. But what do you guys make of this situation? Let me know your thoughts down in the comments below. Our next story comes from DrawingOK6066 that says, "Am I the arsehole for reacting wrong to my brother's engagement?" Sorry if this is kind of all over the place. So on Sunday, I, 19 female, learned on a Zoom call with my family that my brother Harry, 22 male, had just gotten engaged to his girlfriend, Jessica, 20 female. When Harry told us, everyone but me was pretty enthusiastic, but I just kind of sighed and said nothing. Harry didn't display any reaction towards my admittedly lukewarm reaction. But afterwards, my mum called me and told me that I was rude for not being excited. She said that I need to respect all members of the family, including Jessica, and that I need to reconsider my behavior if I want to be invited to our vacation in the spring. Harry and I were really close growing up. Since he, and then I, started college, we've been less close, but him and I still talk every week or two. Harry and Jessica have been together for around 2 years now. Here's where it gets complicated. I knew Jessica back in high school, and she was not what you would call a kind soul. She had a particularly nasty streak. She would not pay attention during class and always tried to cheat off of people's homework, and I assume got away with it. She tried, semi-successfully, to steal my boyfriend. She bullied one of my best friends, calling her fat, among other things. This bullying worsened, if not caused altogether, her eating disorder, and it's something I've never been able to forgive or forget. She's just one of those people who would just mess around with other people's lives like it's a game, and not something she's invested in. About 6 months ago, I had a heart-to-heart with Harry about Jessica. I laid out my concerns and the history of her behavior, hoping it might make him reconsider or at least think deeply about their relationship. He said he'd consider what I said, but didn't continue the conversation much more. Since then, we talk regularly as usual, and things seem normal between us. He didn't talk about Jessica often, but he didn't hide their relationship either. I really was happy it sounded like it might be dying off though. I had no idea he was getting engaged to her until he announced it. I don't know if he's been telling other people in the family besides me, or if it really was just an abrupt decision. To make it worse, I'm worried that he told Jessica about our conversation 6 months ago. In her announcement on Facebook, annoying ring on hand photograph in tow, she wrote something like, "I know not everyone in our families are supportive, but we have each other, and that's what matters." So he ignored my warning, and he told her all about it. Part of me wonders if I should just swallow my feelings for the sake of family harmony, but another part of me feels like I'd be betraying my old friend, my own values, and my brother by pretending to be happy about this engagement. And am I bad at holding back my truth? So, am I the arsehole for feeling upset and possibly wanting to voice my concerns again, even though it might cause friction in my family? Or should I just keep my feelings to myself and let Harry make his own decisions and mistakes? I just feel like there's nobody I can talk about this with that will really understand. Edit. Okay, thanks for all the responses, people. I will take some advice. Talk to Mum and explain exactly what it is that Jessica has done and try to make her understand. Talk to Harry about our conversation before and find out how much he shared of it with Jessica and how she responded to what I said. Potentially talk to Jessica. And seek therapy. Someday. Lol. I'm really not in a position to go no contact with my family, and I still do want them in my life. I might post an update, but also it seems like the rules are kinda strict on this, which is fair. Message me or something if you want to hear what happens. Lol. And we do have that update in a moment. So I am Irene comments on this one and quotes first saying, "After my mum called me and told me that I was rude for not being excited," and then says, "No, you weren't. You just weren't excited. You are entitled to your own feelings." Then quotes again saying that I need to reconsider my behavior if I want to be invited to our vacation in the spring, and then says, "Oh, I see. So if you don't react the way your mother wants you to react, she'll exclude you from family events." Got it. That's messed up. I wouldn't worry too much if Jessica is aware of your conversation with your brother. If she is, at least she knows that you are wary, and rightly so. You are not the arsehole for feeling the way you do or for your reaction to the news. Your mother is a bit of an arsehole though. That's some class A manipulation she's using. Time will tell if things work out for your brother and Jessica or not, but as long as you are polite without compromising your personal values, things should be fine. If she decides to get nasty, don't hide your experience of it or your feelings about it, but also know that there are people who outgrow their immature tendencies and she could become a very decent person. This whole situation reminds me of that movie, You Again. Lol. OP says, "Thank you. To be honest, I'm kind of used to this kind of thing from my mother. She likes to hold stuff over our heads. One time my siblings and I got forced to miss a play we were going to see because we weren't actually excited for it. Even though I'd been learning all about it and was really looking forward. Part of me wonders if she just didn't want to spend the money. I'm not sure that this is what's going on here though. I truly hope she's either outgrown it or Harry sees her nasty side before the wedding." Dear Midnight says everyone sucks here. Quotes, rude for not being excited, then says, "Okay, your mum was wrong here. If you were not excited, you're under no obligation to put on a fake performance of excitement." And quotes again, saying, "But I just kinda sighed and said nothing." And then says, "And you were wrong here. You should have said congratulations with no sighing. Social norms require us to congratulate people when they have babies we don't think they should have had. Get engaged to people we suspect they'll end up divorcing, or graduate from college when we suspect they paid someone else to take their finals for them. We just can't go around being brutally honest all the time. Getting along matters too. Also, never tell something to one half of the couple unless you're comfortable with it being shared with the other half of the couple." Tempting Penguin says, "You're the arsehole. Decisions have been made. You said your piece and that's all you can do. And at some point you'll realize being bad at holding back my truth will be a detriment to your social life and your work life. Jew Cherry says, not the arsehole, you don't have to act or be a best friend, but you should be cordial for your family's sake. As long as she's not actively causing issues, you should just leave it alone respectfully. Opie responds saying, I'm just scared she'll cause issues for all of us down the line. And now that she probably knows I disapprove, she's going to try and turn them against me. And one more comment from Scary Sherbet who says, honestly, you're the arsehole. It takes very little effort to grin and bear your way through a situation. She doesn't sound like she was a peach growing up. You have, by your own admission, very little experience of the person she is now. Why the fuck wouldn't your brother discuss concerning behavior with his partner, his future wife, and why on earth would you jump to them being headed for separation? You've made a lot of baseless assumptions. Judging by your mum's reaction, it sounds like you don't hide your dislike for the fiancé, but you've never bothered to explain it. And there was a lot of back and forth in the comments. A lot of people continuing with, not the arsehole, you should be able to speak your truth. Other people saying, you are the arsehole, you've said your piece, leave it alone now. But Opie did come in with an update and said, so a lot of people have commented and sent me messages asking for an update to my previous post about my unenthusiastic reaction to my brother's engagement announcement. Well, here it is. After reading people's replies, it sounds like the predominant opinion was that while I might not have been the arsehole immediately, I would have become one if I kept pushing too hard against my brother's relationship. And I really don't want Harry to think that I don't support him, or to not talk to me about personal relationship matters. So I pretty much had decided to keep quiet and just go along with whatever Harry wanted. On Tuesday, he messaged me asking if I want to be a bridesmaid in Jessica's wedding party or a groomsmaid in his wedding party. After a little bit of back and forth, it became clear that he asked me because he knew I wasn't totally keen on Jessica, but still wanted me involved with the wedding. I was trying to be supportive, so I said it would be great to get to know Jessica better by being a bridesmaid, though I wasn't exactly looking forward to the experience. I admit though, I had a little bit of an ulterior motive. From what I know of Jessica, she completely changes how she acts based on who she is around, which is how she manipulated Harry into proposing, of course. I thought that just maybe, if I could show Harry how Jessica acts with her girls, he might reconsider his decision to marry her. Anyway, on Thursday, I got added to a Facebook Messenger chat named Brilliant Bridal Bitches, wherein Jessica laid out her ground rules for being in the bridal party. They are, almost verbatim, 1. Participation in my bridal party is not just an honor. It's an investment. Be prepared to spend at least $1,000 on attire and accessories alone. I can make exceptions, but only if you ask me. 2. I alone will dictate the narrative of my wedding on social media. Any premature posts, especially unflattering photos of me, will result in immediate expulsion. 3. Your weight will be monitored weekly. Anyone not fitting into their dress will be kindly asked to step down. This wedding will look picture perfect, and I can't have you ruin the aesthetics. 4. From now until the wedding, I expect you to be on call 24/7. Wedding emergencies are real, and your commitment to solving them will be a true test of your friendship. 5. You'll fund and organize a lavish bachelorette party in my honor. Think exotic destination, luxury accommodations, and Instagram-worthy moments. 6. You will have fun, not just for your sake, but for me as well. Upon reading this, I just burst out laughing. Screenshot. Click. I think I might be able to convince Harry from marrying Jessica after all. I'm just deciding now if I should play it cool or act like the rules are normal, but bring it up with Harry. Or maybe show my mother, because I know it would make her flip and almost certainly forgive me for sighing when Harry told us about the engagement. And if I'm being totally honest, I got worrying vibes from that update. And I feel like this is just one of those situations where it's going to all blow up in OP's face if they continue down this route. I think if you try to turn up to your brother with some kind of evidence pack, it's going to get flipped on you pretty quickly. But what do you guys make of this situation? Put yourself in OP's shoes. What would you do? Would you go ahead with, or would you have a different opinion on the matter? Let us know your thoughts down in the comments below, and let's move on to another story. And our next story comes from Critical Quiet 1434 that says, "Am I the arsehole here for making my BFF of 4 years fall in love with me? It's been a crazy ride. I, 30 female, have a friend, Megan, 36 female, who is from the small town we live in, just outside the city. I moved from a larger city out of state to this town in 2019, and Megan and I have been friends since late 19 to 2020 onwards. We grew closer over time and we became quite the duo. We love doing things in the city, movies, concerts, opera, etc. We met when I was volunteering at a shelter and simply hit it off. Things seemed fine and we remained BFFs. We hung out all the time, told each other everything, and were there for each other for tough times. I had a great job in which I work remote, so I'm able to help her and her wife, Hannah, out in watching the dog when they have to travel to visit family or go on vacation, etc. Help when money is tight. And in turn, I can be somewhat gun shy, though I read as an extrovert. So they're great friends in helping me stay involved and helpful to the community. Problems started mid last year when Megan started acting very distant. She would ghost me for days on end, and I just assumed she was busy. Hannah is more logistical than conversational, so I've never questioned when she goes quiet for a time. But Megan is quite extroverted. Over time, I started to question, but not too much. Then came holidays and birthdays. Megan gave me the wrong date, time, and location for her party and got rather upset when I didn't go. I had not realized as the date I got was after the party, and she seemed really mad that I would act like we don't mean anything to each other. I really did not think anything of it and cited the error of time and such. She texts back saying it was no big deal and we moved on. I hold a holiday party and oddly, something similar happened. Hannah and Megan drove to the location of the party last year, and when they contacted me, I gently reminded that the location changed as it was really close by. They still didn't come to the event. I had gifts and text if I should drop them off at their house, and Megan just texts back, sure, and so I did, but they weren't home. I asked Megan to hang out later and mentioned that I felt things were weird and wanted to talk it out. My treat. She seemed thrilled. Then I waited for 4 hours and she never came by. I had my computer and saw a movie, texting her the updates, so I was just sitting the whole time, but she never got back to me. So to be transparent, I was angry. I felt hurt and that Megan did not value me or my time. I text Hannah to say things were weird with Megan and ask if there is something I don't know about going on. I assumed a death in the family or something personal, and Hannah let me have it. She called me right away and told me off, calling me every name in the book. She told me I was overly friendly and she knew what I was doing and gave examples. I often pay when Megan and I have out. I dress slutty when we go to the city. Megan compliments me but not Hannah. Megan gave me a thoughtful gift for my birthday but forgot Hannah's birthday. I am single but don't date, to which Hannah indicates that I'm sleeping with someone on the sly. And more, but it was all happening so fast I couldn't pinpoint them. Megan and I are friends and I do make good money in my work from home job, so I pay for things. Megan has a wife and family and lots of responsibilities. I'm single with no family and I'm responsible for myself and my pets. I never saw Megan as anything more than a bestie, but Hannah seems to think otherwise. I was so shocked I let her scream at me for what felt like 20 minutes, and then she said, "You, super bad word, made her fall in love with you, and you think I will just take that?" And started telling me how I disrespected her by making Megan fall in love with me. I never ever knew anything about this. I thought Hannah and I were friends. I would invite her, but she often opted to stay home. I never knew any of this. Am I the arsehole here? Now, it sounds like you've just been thrown in the middle of their marital issues here. This isn't your fault. You thought, from what you said, you just had a best friend and you can't make her fall in love with you. And I wonder, is there the possibility of meeting up with them both and discussing this matter? I mean, that could go totally the other way, couldn't it, really? I'm not sure if it's a good idea or not. And many of the comments were saying that you're basically just being caught in the middle here. But OP comes in with her update and said it's been a weird update, and then sort of gives an overview of what just happened, but then continues saying, well, I gave them both space after that, but we were friends on Facebook, and Hannah at first posted vague but pointed posts about homewreckers and how pick me girls are a plague, etc. I texted her and Megan both, and Hannah sent the laughing emoji and said, "Oh, did it hit too close to home?" and more. She kept posting and I didn't respond to any of it. Even after Hannah shared one of those posts in a chat she and I have on Facebook. Then after a week or so of that, and me not replying or acknowledging it, she tagged me in the next set. It was then I blocked her, blocked Megan and some of the mutual friends I knew would take sides. It's a small town and I went to the movies. We only have one good theatre in town and I was waiting on someone, reading in a chair in the restaurant area. It's a movie eatery place, and hear, "Hi, my name," and look up to see Megan. She is with some guy I don't know and is smiling at me. My whole body runs cold. I went to the movies and invited a friend out, all with the desire to decompress and shake off the stress, and now this. She's acting chill, and I know I was tense but managed "hi." And Megan introduces a friend. Don't remember his name, didn't care, I was trying to find an out. Many people in town had been treating me weirdly, coldly, or outright mean because someone told them I'm a home-wrecking pick-me. I didn't want to deal with Megan. I already had been looking at apartments in the city to move out of this town and meet new friends and start semi-over. Megan picked up that I didn't want to talk and excused her and her friend to see their movie. I get a text later saying she sensed tension and apologized for being distant and that she wanted to know if we could move past this or, and in her words, "Are we over?" Huh? I just text back that she could not have possibly been unaware of Hannah's post. Megan was tagged too, and my attempts via text and calls to figure this out. It's been months and I've been treated like some biblical harlot or some BS. I do want her to be happy, but this long of silence and you just expected me to pick up from before all this like nothing happened. I said, if you want to talk, we can talk. If we are ever to possibly ever be friends again, we would need to, but we need to address what your wife is alleging and why. She just texts back, "Hannah and I are divorcing." I haven't responded. That was about a week and a half ago, and tonight she only texts me a question mark. I don't know if I should respond or how to respond. It's hard for me to throw away any type of friendship, especially with someone I once described as a best friend. But it's been really stressful, sad, and frankly isolating in a small town being treated like I ruin lives for a living. I haven't decided what to do, but this reminded me that I posted here, so I guess I'm looking for advice. What the hell do I even do? Now, I'm not sure if this is the right approach or not in this situation because I've never experienced like small town life or anything like that, and if it's even worth going down this path. Because obviously there's going to be potential for more drama, but the way you're being viewed and isolated at this moment, kind of me, it's just like, what else have you got to lose? I kind of feel like I would be saying to Hannah, you know, if anything's ever to come out of this, as in friendship, of course, I'd want her to get all this cleared up, like get on social media and say, like, this is nothing to do with OP. You didn't even know what was going on, because it's so incredibly unfair that you've just been caught in the middle of their messy breakup. And you're the one who's being viewed by everyone like this. It's mad. But now I'm going to turn this one to you guys. What do you guys make of this situation? Do you think that would potentially be a good idea? A bad one? How would you go about it? Let us know your thoughts down in the comments below. Now, just a huge thank you from the bottom of my heart for getting involved in today's stories. Your love, your support, your time always means the absolute world to me. So thank you so much. And hopefully I'll see you in the next one. Take care and much love.